Hello friends, I organized this course in such a way that if you are new to Java, then this is a crash course for you, not only for learning but also for cracking the interviews and getting the job and earning more in the future. Because in this course I will teach Java questions topic wise, sequentially, step by step from very start. Just watch the questions, code them and revise them easily later before your interviews. And if you are experienced in Java, then this is the best course for you for cracking the interviews. Just sit back and watch all the questions and revise them. Hey, my name is Happy. Right now, as per ChatGPT, Java is the most popular language for making enterprise level big applications. So if you want to join the big MNCs or enterprise level companies, then Java is the right choice for you. Now the question is how to crack the interviews for the big companies, right? For that, I will teach the code of every concept and question step by step in the code editor. Then after explaining each question, I will paste the code and summarize the answer with diagram and the simplest definition in a slide in the book. This book will make your revision simpler and faster. This book answer is also linked from the Excel list. So in the Excel list, if you click on this view answer here on any question, this answer in the PowerPoint will be open in the book, the same slide. Okay. So after completing the course, either you can take the screenshots of the book or you can download the Excel and book from the link in description. Alright, so let's start with the first chapter. Before moving on to the next question, here are some students who shared their success stories with me in the comment section. So whenever you get success or offer, kindly share in comments. For now, you can just like and subscribe to motivate me for making more and more content on cracking interviews and helping more candidates in getting jobs. What is Java? Here is the simplest definition of Java. Java is a high-level object-oriented programming language. High-level language because when you compile a Java language program, then first it will be converted into bytecode, which is a intermediate language, and bytecode will further converted into machine or native code, which is a low level language. Okay, in the upcoming question I will explain the process of this converting Java to bytecode then to machine code in detail. But now you know Java is a high level language, right? Then Java is object oriented also because Java uses objects and classes to structure the data and functions. Okay, and in Java programs we can easily apply object oriented concepts like encapsulation, abstraction, polymorphism and inheritance. That's why Java is an object oriented programming language. So all these concepts, object oriented concepts, we will explore in upcoming questions in detail. What are JDK, JRE and JVM? How a Java program compiled or executed? Let's understand with the help of a simple diagram. Suppose you have a very basic Java program firstcode.java. Okay. Now before running this program, if there is any syntax error here, then Java will automatically show it to you, right? That is called compile time error checking, which will happen automatically even before running this program. Now the question is, how does it automatically happens? This is done by a kit which we call the Java Development Kit or JDK, which we install just before running the Java programs. Okay, so what happens? Inside this JDK kit, we will have many tools for executing Java programs, and one of those tools is the Java compiler tool. And this Java compiler tool is used to compile the above Java program. Okay, meaning Java compiler tool of JDK is responsible for checking and showing any kind of compile time errors in the Java program. And also it converts the Java program to bytecode. Let me tell you how. Suppose this is your code, Java code, and suppose you are also using some Java class libraries inside it, like string class, array list class, okay? Then all those libraries will be present inside the JRE. So it will contain all the libraries code. JRE is what? JRE is Java Runtime Environment, and it contains libraries and other things also, and it is also present inside the JDK only. Okay, now listen carefully. When you are writing the Java code, then the Java compiler side by side compiling and converting your code plus the library code which it is getting from the JRE. If you are using any library in your code, then only. Then that code will be converted to bytecode by the Java compiler, and that is also called the compile time process. This is whole compile time process before running the program. Remember, until now we have not run this program, and bytecode is already generated by the Java compiler. Now when you press the run program button or run command, after that it will be runtime. Okay, what will happen next? JDK will have the JRE, right? And JRE will have the JVM inside it, and JVM will contain the JIT compiler, okay, which will finally execute and convert the bytecode into the native code or the machine code, you can say, which is the ultimate code which your computer and hardware can understand. Okay, so this conversion of bytecode to native code, machine code, is called runtime. Okay, if there is any error, then it is called runtime error and in the runtime. Great, that is the whole story. And yes, apart from JIT compiler, JVM also do memory management, thread handling, etc. And yes, remember one thing, JVM is present inside JRE and JRE is present inside JDK, meaning you only need JDK to install on your system to run the Java programs. So that is the whole process that happens in the background when you writing the Java program, and after that you are running. Okay, also here I have written the simplest description definition of JDK, then JRE, then JVM, then JIT. So basically whatever I have explained, all this is here in the written format, so that later if you want to refresh or revise all these concepts, then rather than listening to the complete video again, just have a look for 3-4 seconds and your revision will be done. That's a faster way of revision just before the interviews, right? What is compile time and runtime in Java? You already know 70% of the answer. Here is the process of converting the Java code into bytecode and then that into native code, which I explained in the previous question, right? Now, what is compile time? And here is the answer. Compile time is the phase during which Java source code is translated to bytecode by the Java compiler. So this process from Java code to bytecode is compile time. Okay, then what is runtime? And the answer is here. Runtime refers to the phase during which Java virtual machine execute the compiled bytecode. So that is the job of Java virtual machine, and when you run your program, so Java virtual machine only convert the bytecode to native code. So if there are any errors in compile time, that will be called compile time errors. Any error in runtime during runtime, then that will be called runtime's error. That is the simple answer to this question. Hi friends, here is a quick notification. These 100 questions are the part of my full 250 Java interview question course. In that course, I will similarly cover 100 plus 150 more questions from topics like collections, multithreading, generics, etc. In total, 25 chapters are covered. Also, as a bonus, I will share some coding interview questions and mock interviews which are very important. Also, this PPT and PDF of 250 questions is available separately for download. The links are present in the description. Many students were able to crack the interviews via my courses, and I am sure you will also. What are the main features and advantages of Java? Now I will show you 5 main features of Java, and if you are experienced in Java then you can easily understand them. But if you are new in Java, then revisit these features and advantages again after some time. Okay? The first advantage of the Java language is that Java is platform independent, meaning Java programs can run on any operating systems platforms like Windows, Linux, etc. Okay. The second feature is that Java is object oriented, meaning Java supports object oriented concepts like features like encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism and abstraction. Okay. Third feature is Java is robust and secure. Robust because Java can have automatic memory management concept. Okay, you do not have to remove the memory and all, so that is done by Java itself. And secure, Java have many features for security. Next feature is Java supports multi-threading. Yes, and the last advantage is Java has rich standard libraries. Rich standard libraries means, for example, suppose you want to perform sorting, filtering in your application. Then Java has many inbuilt classes and functions for these common functionalities. Okay, so inbuilt means Java already have some classes and functions inside it. You just have to call those functions to use them. Okay, that is inbuilt. Alright, whatever now I have explained, I have written here in very simplest terms, and that will help you in revision, and that is the answer of this question. Now, yes, one more thing. This is like a very high level idea, but in upcoming questions we will discuss more questions on what is multi-threading, how Java implements multi-threading, what are the standard libraries, many standard libraries we will discuss. Then most importantly, the object oriented concepts, which is very important from interview point of view, that also we will cover in very detail. Okay, here is a very interesting short question. How is Java platform independent? Why convert Java into bytecode? See, if this is the diagram which I already explained in previous question, then you may ask one thing. Why don't we convert Java code into the native code directly? Means not us who created Java. Why didn't they did this? Why they are first converting Java to bytecode and then to native code? So basically making the process a bit lengthier. The reason of doing this, creating bytecode, is very simple. Every platform or operating system can't understand Java. Okay, but what they always understand is bytecode, .class files. Every operating system, Linux, Windows, everywhere. Okay, so that's why we first convert to bytecode, and bytecode makes the Java platform independent, and the same answer is written here. Java achieves platform independence by compiling source code into bytecode, which can run on any platform with a compatible JVM. So all you need in that platform to run bytecode is then JVM only, and then your Java program will be executed smoothly. Great, that is the short answer of this question. How to set up VS Code for Java? This is not an interview question, and if you already know about Eclipse or any other code editor, then they are also equally good. But I am using VS Code for running Java programs because of its code color, format, contrast, which is really good for teaching and presenting, that I will show you. But as a developer, you can choose anyone. Okay. Alright. For setting up VS Code, first open Google and there search VS Code download and click on the first link. Here, Windows or Mac, based on whatever system you are using, you can click. I'm using Windows, so click Windows. Then automatically you will get a prompt for downloading the VS Code setup, something like this. So save this, download this at any particular location in your system. So VS Code start downloading. In between, to run Java programs, you must have JDK on your machine. You can download JDK either from Google search, but here also in the menu we have Java in the same link. Just open this, expand this Java and click on this getting started link. Okay, and here again we have two links for Windows and Mac OS. We need Windows, so we will install the coding pack for Java for Windows. Okay. Again, you will get a prompt to save Java coding pack and I will press OK and it will start downloading and saving the JDK setup. It can take some time. But now I think our VS Code setup is already downloaded here. So I will just double click on it and it will open. It can again take some time based on your machine speed. Here first select I accept the agreement, then press next, then press next and next, and then whatever is selected here by default, leave it as it is and again press next. And finally press install and your installation of VS Code will start. Once it is installed, then just launch VS Code and click on the finish button. It will automatically open the VS Code for you. Because I am installing this VS Code second time, it is not asking me the color theme, but if it is asking you, just select your color theme like dark, high contrast, dark, whatever you prefer and click on mark done. Okay, so your VS Code setup is done here. You can see this is your VS Code. Now let's close this and go to JDK. Here we have installed JDK setup also. So I will double click it to install it and then click on next on this pop-up and then click just install. It can again take some time to install depending on your internet speed and your system configuration. It will take some time. After the installation, click on the finish button and VS Code will be automatically launched or opened. Now you can create your Java project here in the VS Code. For that, either there is a create Java project which is not here because I am installing VS Code second time, but either you press Ctrl Shift P. Again, it is Ctrl Shift P. A box will open like this. Here, just type Java create Java project will come like this and select this. Okay, then select no build tools, then select the project location, which I will select like here's Java code. This is my project location. Okay, and then give the name of your Java project, Java first for me. Okay, and press enter. So this is how your first project will be created like this. And here if you see any pop-up trust, then yes, I trust the authors and select it and press OK. Okay. Great, here is your Java project ready. Here expand this source folder where all your Java files will be stored. By default you will get this one app.java file, but you can add more Java files here as per your requirement. Okay, so this app.java default program is ready. Now to run or execute this program, first program, here at the top right, see this icon, okay, for running your Java program. So just press this to run your first Java project. And as you can see, the result here, the output is here in the terminal. Okay, hello world program is ready. If in any case it is taking time, because if you are running this program first time in VS Code, then either you should wait for the completion here, the Java ready, it should be always ready. Okay, and you can try restarting the VS Code once again, and if it doesn't work, then you have to reinstall the JDK package. Okay, so that is the whole process of setting up VS Code. And as I said earlier, just I'm using it because of its code fonts. You can see how the contrast is so good for teaching and presenting, right? So great, that is the whole process of setting up VS Code for Java. What is main method in Java? What is the role of public, static and void in it? This is a coding question, so let's see the code. Here is our very first basic program in Java. Class I will explain later, okay, in upcoming questions. Let's focus on this main method. See, we already know inside JDK we have JVM, right? JVM is what? JVM is a program only which is created by the Java creators. Okay, now listen carefully. Whenever you execute any program, the JVM program will first execute it. And like we call methods in our normal Java program, similarly the JVM program will call this main method from inside it. Okay, so JVM program will call the main method. That's how this main method will be executed. Got it? In a way, you can also say that the main method in Java is the first method to be executed by the JVM. Or you can say that main method is the entry point for a Java program. Okay. Now the second part of the question is, what is the role of public, static and void? Okay, these keywords. See, if you are new to Java, new to these keywords, then I will explain them in detail in upcoming question. But here I will give you a very short description of these keywords. Okay, so public is an access specifier, meaning by using this public keyword, now your main method will be accessible from outside, even outside this first code class. And that is the reason why the JVM program, which is outside this first code class, is still able to access your main method. That is the reason. Okay, then this main method can't be accessible if this is not public. Suppose I do it private. Private means now this main method is not accessible outside this first code class, and if I will try to run this, so see at the bottom here you will find main method not found in first code. Okay, because main method is not accessible by the JVM. Clear? The second keyword is static, which makes this main methods as a static method, meaning you can call this main method directly from inside the JVM without even creating the object of this first code class. Okay, so that is the purpose of a static. And then we have void, which means main method is not going to return anything. That's it. Again, don't worry if you are new to these keywords. I will cover in detail this static also in detail in upcoming questions. Alright, great. Now I have copied all the code here, And here also I have posted the description of public keyword, then a static keyword, then what is the purpose of void and main method. All I already explained, but this can help you in faster revision before the interviews, right? What is Java bytecode? What is high level and low level code? All the time we are saying Java is converted to bytecode. But what is this bytecode? See, here is our Java code, okay? Then with the help of the Java compiler tool inside the JDK, this Java code will be converted into this kind of bytecode. So see how complex is this bytecode, okay? This is the same thing, bytecode. And this is complex, that's why we never write bytecode code directly, okay? We write simple Java program and then it is the responsibility of JDK to convert that into bytecode, okay? Now the simplest definition of bytecode is here. Java bytecode is a platform independent intermediate code generated by the Java compiler. Simple, right? Now what is high level and low level code? So you already know the answer. Java is the high level, bytecode is the intermediate level, and native machine code is the low level code. Okay, great. I hope now you are feeling more confident about the Java program execution, right? What is Java bytecode? What is high level and low level code? All the time we are saying Java is converted to bytecode. But what is this bytecode? See, here is our Java code, okay? Then with the help of the Java compiler tool inside the JDK, this Java code will be converted into this kind of bytecode. So see how complex is this bytecode, okay? This is the same thing, bytecode. And this is complex, that's why we never write bytecode code directly, okay? We write simple Java program and then it is the responsibility of JDK to convert that into bytecode, okay? Now the simplest definition of bytecode is here. Java bytecode is a platform independent intermediate code generated by the Java compiler. Simple, right? Now what is high level and low level code? So you already know the answer. Java is the high level, bytecode is the intermediate level, and native machine code is the low level code. Okay, great. I hope now you are feeling more confident about the Java program execution, right? Congratulations on completing the first chapter of the Java. Now in this chapter we will cover these questions on variable and data types in Java. See, every software application manages data. For example, library management system application manages the data about the book names, authors, and the students, right? So data is very important. And after completing all these questions, all your doubts about variables and data types will be very clear. Okay, so let's start with the first question. What are variables and data types? What are the types of data types? Remember one thing, the primary responsibility of any software or web application is to process the data by the help of function. For example, in employee management application, we basically manage and manipulate the data only of employees with the help of function. That is the purpose of software application. Now let me show you the code for variables. Here is an empty main method, okay? So like this, first we can declare the any variable and then we can initialize the value of that variable like this, okay? So now this declaration and initialization can be done in a single line, and that is how, like this, okay? That is how we declare and initialize in a same line, okay? Now we can print these variables count1 and count2, and if I will run the code, run Java program, so here in the output you will find this value 100 and 200, okay? So data, and now what is data type? These are variables. Now what is data type? Data type, for example, this int define the type of the variable. In short, variable and data types together are used to store and handle data in your program. Okay, great. Now the same code and the definition I have printed here in the book itself. Now, how many types of data types are there? See, here are the two main categories of data types, primary data types and reference data types. But these are categories, like electronics is a category, but the actual products are TV, fridge, mobile. These are actual products. Similarly here, these byte, int, float, class, array, these are the actual data types, but they are categorized into two categories, primitive and reference data type. And we will explore the differences between these primitive and reference data types in upcoming questions, which is a very important question. What are primitive data types? Here is the definition. Primitive data types in Java are basically built-in data types that directly stores value in memory. Okay, what does this directly means? Okay, for example, here is a variable with an integer data type. Okay, alright. Now inside the Java memory, this variable will be stored something like this in a memory stack. See, we have a variable whose value is directly stored with the variable itself at a particular memory address or location. Okay, so this is how primitive data types like integer directly stored at a particular memory location. So this is completely normal, right? But in reference or non-primitive data types, the storage is not direct, which I will show you in the upcoming question. But for now, here are the types of the primitive data types. And first we have like the byte, short, integer, long. So the major difference between them is their size actually. 1 byte, 2 byte, 4 byte, 8 byte. Okay, so for example, for big numbers you want to store, you should go for 8 bytes. Okay, meaning more the bytes, the greater is the storing capacity. Okay, then we have floating points also in the primitive data types, which can store numbers with decimals. Okay, like this. And float and double are the most popular, and I think there are more. Again, double can store more in decimals as comparison to float. Then we have character types, which can store a single character like this. And finally, we have the Boolean type, which can store only and only true or false. And why it is 1 bit? Because the compiler will finally convert the true to 1 and false to 0, nothing else. That's why only 1 bit. Great. That is the whole story of the primitive data types. And in upcoming question, we will explore the non-primitive data types, which are slightly more complex and more important. What are reference or non-primitive data types? Let me explain with an example. See, this simplest reference data type is a string. Okay, so we will take the example of a string. So a string will be stored like this in a stack or memory. Okay, so now listen carefully. If you notice, the variable str is here, but the value hello is not here, right, in this stack. Instead of that, this reference is here. Reference meaning it is the address in a separate memory like heap that memory is. And there we are storing the value of this string. Okay, hello, it is stored here at a different memory heap location. So this is how it is connected. Okay, so basically Java is maintaining two memories. One is the stack memory where the variable and reference is there, and another is the heap memory where we are storing the address, the reference, or not storing, actually it is the address reference, okay, and the value of the string. So something similar to the foreign key relationship between two tables in SQL, if you are aware. Okay, great. That is the explanation. And finally, here is the definition of the reference data type. reference data type in Java are data types that do not store the actual data directly. Okay, not directly, but instead store references to values in memory, references in the heap memory addresses. Okay, and here are some of the reference data types: string, array, interface, enum, class. These are reference data type, and I will explain them in detail in upcoming questions also. Okay, so but yes, before that we will conclude the main differences between primitive and non-primitive data types in the upcoming questions, which is a very important question from interview point of view. Okay, what are the differences between primitive and reference data types? Very important question. So if we have a primitive data type like this, then in the memory, the variable x and its value 10 will be directly stored at this address in the memory stack like this. Okay, but if we have a reference data type like this, a string in our Java program, then it will be stored something like this. Here first the variable, then the value reference will be stored at this address in the stack memory, but the value is not here. That will be in the heap memory at this address location, which is basically the reference. Okay, that means we are maintaining two types of memory for reference data types. One is a stack and another is a heap. Now let's conclude the differences between them. First difference is primitive data types store actual values directly in the memory. Okay, whereas reference data types store references of the value or object and the actual values in the heap memory, different memory. Okay, next difference is primitive data types mostly hold single values, okay, integer single value like above, okay, right in the stack memory. But the reference data types can hold multiple values. For example, a single variable array in a stack can hold multiple values inside the heap memory. Okay, so that is the advantage of reference data type. Okay, so great. Then next difference is, primitive data types have fixed storage. Once you decided, it is final. Okay, for example, int have a fixed storage, whereas reference data types have variable storage sizes, meaning you can add multiple values in the heap memory anytime corresponding to a single variable in a stack like an array. Okay, so this is also an advantage why we have this complex memory management for reference types. Okay, last difference is primitive data types are stored in the stack memory, you already know, whereas reference data types are stored in the heap memory with their references actually stored in the stack. Great, that is the differences between the primitive and non-primitive data types. All are written here so that later when you are revising, then you can revise them in 2-3 seconds only from the book. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now in this chapter, we will explore the questions about various operators used in Java step by step. The question list is long, but operators are very easy. The duration of most of the questions is very short, and if any question is too easy for you, then just increase the playback speed of the video. Okay, so let's start with the first question of this chapter. Hi friends, for revision purpose, either you can take the answers screenshot from this video only, or you can download the complete book or complete course from the link given in the description. What are operators? What are the types of operators in Java? This is a very easy and simple question. Here you can see one math expression, x plus y equal to z. Here this plus and equal to are operators, and they are performing operations on operands which are x and y. Okay, Similarly, we have 7 categories of operators in Java, and here they are. Remember, these are only categories, okay? These are not the actual types of operator. And finally, here are the actual types of the operators, okay? And here is the simplest definition of operators. Operators are symbols or keywords used to perform operation on operands. That is the answer to this question. Now in the upcoming question, I will quickly explain you all the types of operators very quickly. It will not take much time. Okay. What are arithmetic operators? Here the types of operators, right? And the most basic one is the arithmetic operator, and we already know it. Here is the code screenshot of the arithmetic operators. Here operators like plus, minus, multiply, divide, percentile, all these are arithmetic operators, and there is no need to explain them, right? Then here is the simplest definition of the arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operators perform basic arithmetic operation like addition, subtraction, multiplication, etc. That's it. See, I told you it's going to be really very fast. What are assignment operators? Again, very easy. Here is the assignment operator in the type of operators, and here is the code of it. See, the simplest assignment operator is this equal to, okay, which is used to assign values to the variables, okay. But then we have operators like plus equal to, which is equivalent to c equal to c plus 5. It is nothing but a shortcut way of writing, okay. Then similarly we have minus equal to, multiply equal to, divide equal to, and percentile equal to. This percentile equal to means it will calculate the remainder, okay. So 10 divided by 2, the remainder will be 0, and that will be the result, okay. And assignment operators basically once again assign values to the variable, and that is the definition. For example, equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, that's the same thing, okay. Now I'm not executing the code in VS Code for this very easy thing. It will just basically save our time. But if you have any doubt, then you can just execute the same code and you can resolve your own doubts. Okay, this is very simple. What are comparison operators? When to use them? Now this is slightly more of a programming operator. And here is our comparison operator in the types of operators. We will understand this by looking at the code. Okay, so let's go to the code. And here you can see we have our main method, and inside that we have two integer variables x and y. Okay, now by using the comparison operator, we can compare this x and y. For example, like this. Okay. So this equal to is a comparison operator. Basically it is checking whether x is equal to y or not using this double equal to operator. Okay. Now if I run this program, then you can see the result will be false. Output will be false, which I have also written here. So because x equal to 10, y equal to 5, which are not equal. So this is comparison operator. And remember, comparison operator will always return Boolean result. Okay, either true or false only. The next comparison operator is this, not equal to. So basically it is just opposite of the above equal to. So s is not equal to y. The result will be true. The output I have written here. Maybe I can also execute. Okay. After that we have other operators, comparison operators like the greater than operator. So basically we are checking x greater than y. Then we have next lesser than operator, x less than y, and then which will be false because x is 10, y is 5, so it is false. Then is greater than equal to operator is there, this one. Okay, this is also a comparison operator. Then less than equal to. Okay, this is also a comparison operator. Great. So these are the operators. Now if I execute them, so whatever the result is coming here, I already put the output here. Okay, very simple to understand and there is nothing complex in it. Now mostly comparison operators are used to evaluate conditions, okay, because they always return true or false boolean value. So we use them inside the if else condition and switch conditions. And now the same code I have pasted here in the book also with the definition. Now they don't ask the definition of comparison operator, but here I have written that yes, comparison operator compare values and return boolean results. Great. That is the story about the comparison operators in Java. What are logical operators? When should I use them? These are again very important operators and mostly used with if-else conditions only. So here is the logical operator and now let me show you the code. Here is the main method, okay, and here we have two boolean variables x and y. X is true, y is false. Now we can use logical operators to combine them and get some result. For example, here is our first logical operator, we call it logical AND. Now listen carefully. On the left side and right side, we of this logical operator, we will have the expressions, okay, and these expression x and y will only return the boolean values. Now this is for simplicity, I have put it down x and y, but they can be a lengthy expression, okay. Now as per the logical AND, if any one of the left or right value is false, then the complete result will be false, okay, because y is false, that's why the result will be printed as false. If I execute this, then you can see we have got the result false, okay. So that is logical and one more thing, here is also the example of logical and here ABC equal to ABC is true, x above the value is true, so both are true, so the result will be true, okay, and this is the output. If I execute it, then the final result will be true, like this, okay. That is logical AND. The next logical operator is logical OR, and here is the example, okay. This is the logical OR operator. It means if any one, either x or either y is true, so the result will be true, okay. If I run this program, you can see the result at the bottom is true, because although y is false, okay, but we need only one true for logical OR to be completely true, okay. So this is one example of logical OR, and here is another example. Here you can see that ABC not equal to ABC, which is a false condition, and y above you can see y is also false. So in this case both are false, okay, so therefore the result will be false. So OR will return false only when both the left and the right expression are evaluating to false, okay. Great. That is the story, and the same thing I have written here in the book. The code is here, which I explained you in the VS Code, and the definition is also here. Logical operators, multiple, they basically combine Boolean expression and used for decision making. As I said, they return true or false. For example, AND operator, logical OR, logical NOT, etc. Great. That is the answer to this question. What are unary operators? Here is the unary operator in the list. And since it's very easy, therefore I will explain here only in the code. So here is the code of the unary operator. You can see we have a variable a equal to 5. Now listen carefully. Unary operators are those operators that operates on a single operand. For example, here see this plus plus is a unary operator because it is operating on a single operand a. Okay, got the point? So this plus plus a is equivalent to a equal to a plus 1. Okay. Similarly, we have the pre-decrement operator minus minus, again operating on a single operand. So this is also a unary operator. Okay. Remember, unary operators operates on one operand, binary operator operates on two operand. For example, a plus b. So plus is operating on a and b, so it's a binary operator. Then there is the most important, and that is ternary operator, which operates on three operand, and that I will explain in upcoming question. Before that, here is the definition of the unary operators. Unary operators operate on a single operand, for example plus plus, minus minus, decrement, etc. That is the answer to this question. What are ternary or conditional operators? Here is my favorite and very important operator, which we call ternary because it operates on three operands. Let me show you the code. So this is our main method, and here we have two variables x and y. Now suppose you want to set the variable result value by using the ternary operator. So this question mark and this colon together are called ternary operators. It is called ternary because it will operate on three operands. So here in this example, x greater than y, this which is returning a boolean value, is the first operand. Then this a is the second operand and this b is the third operand. We will get the result by operating on all these three operands, right? Now listen carefully the working of this ternary operator. Here, if x greater than y is true, then the result will be set as the expression which is just after the question mark. Okay? And if x greater than y condition is false, then set the result which is after the colon. Okay, and here we can print the result also. You can see x is greater than y, above x is 10, y is 5, that means x greater than y is true, so the expected result is a, and I have written here the output, but here also you can see the output is a. Okay, great. That is the ternary operator. Now the same example I have printed in the book also, and here I have also illustrated how it's the working. Remember, this a condition only, x greater than y. This must be a condition which should return either true or false, nothing else. Okay. Finally, here is the definition. Ternary operator or conditional operator evaluate a boolean expression and return one of the two values based on the result. Okay. Second point is it is mostly used with conditional assignments. Okay. And third point is it is called ternary operators because it operates on three operands. That's it. And yes, I will do a comparison of this ternary operator with the if-else condition in upcoming question. Okay, so that you know which you have to use in what conditions in real application. That is very important. What is an instance of operator? Here is the instance of operator at the end. Okay, so let's quickly understand with the help of the code. Here is our code and we have a string variable str here. Okay, now by using the instance of operator like this, you can see here is the instance of operator. What we are doing is we can check if this str is an instance of the string class or not. If str is the instance of a string class, then the result will be, if I will print the result here, will be true, because yes, str above is a instance of a string class. So if I run the code also, the result will be here true. Okay, so that is the purpose of the instance of operator. Now you might ask, why will we ever check in our application that a string variable is a string or not? See, not for strings, but sometimes we have to check whether an object is of some instance of some class or not. Okay, so then this instance of operators help us in checking that thing. Great, that is the answer to this question, and the same code I have pasted here in the book also. And here is the simplest definition of the instance of operator. The instance of operator is used to check if an object is an instance of a specific class or a type or not. So this information will basically help you in the revision, doing the quick revision, okay? Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now we will explore the question on control statements, basics. For example, if else and the looping statements. This is very important. So even if you know the answer of some of them, still revise them at least once. Maybe you can increase the playback speed of the video, okay? So let's start with the first question of this chapter. What are control statements in Java? Let me explain with an example. Suppose you start the Java program with a simple variable initialization I equal to 0. Now after that, you are checking a condition using the if condition whether I is greater than 0. If I is greater than 0 is true, then flow 1 is the right flow and this and 1 will be executed. And if I is not greater than 0, then flow 2 is the flow and 2 will be executed. Okay? And you know the result, because I equal to 0, therefore the second flow will be executed, the and 2 will be executed, right? So basically this if condition is an example of control statement, because the definition of control statement is control statement manages the flow of execution in a program, meaning the program will execute at this side or this side, that will be decided by the control statements. Okay, now listen carefully. In your Java program or application, which flow to choose and which flow not to choose is decided by the control statement. And same as this if condition, we have multiple other control statements which help us to decide this. Okay, so here are the three categories. One is conditional statements, then there are looping statements and branching statements. These are the categories. Inside the conditional statements, we have the if else, we already know. Then we have the switch statement, and then we have the ternary operators. Okay, then inside the looping statement, we have the for loop, while loop, do while loop and for each loop. So as I said, these are the categories. Conditional is different, looping is different, and branching. Under the branching statement, we have the break keyword and the continue and the return keyword. Okay, so in the upcoming questions, I will cover all these control statements in separate question. Okay, by using all these control statements, you can decide the flow of execution in your application. Great. And yes, one more thing. Actually, this ternary operator and for each are not actually the control statements. Basically, for example, this ternary operator is used to simplify the if-else condition only. Ternary operator is an operator, which I already explained. But I don't want to confuse you. So consider ternary operator also a control statement, and for each is also used to simplify the for loop only. But you can also consider it as a separate control statement in Java. Great. That is the answer of this question, and in upcoming question we will discuss and see all these control statements in detail. What are conditional statements? What is if, else if and else conditions? So here are the types of the conditional statement, and this if else is the simplest and the most basic kind of conditional statement. Let's understand with the help of the code. Here is our main method, and inside that we have an integer num equal to 0. Now we can use the if keyword like this, and inside the bracket we can put the condition. Okay, so if num is greater than 0, which it is not, then this statement will be executed. But since num is not greater than 0, therefore this statement will not executed. So then if this condition is false, this if condition is false, then you can further use the else if block like this. Here you can check a different condition, num less than 0. Then code inside the else if block will be executed. Okay, but this is also false because num is equal to 0, right? Then you can also add one more else if condition like this, and same way it will be executed if else if this num equal to 0 return true, which again it is not. At the end, in case all of these conditions are failed, then we have the else block for it. So if none of the above conditions are true, then this else condition will be automatically executed. Okay, so that is the purpose of the else block. And if I execute this, then you know the result, because num is equal to 0, therefore the else condition is fired and 0 is in the output. Okay, great. Now the same code and the explanation I have copied here, and the definition is also here. Conditional statement helps in decision making based on the specified condition. Second point about conditional statement is there can be multiple else if blocks, okay, but only and only one if and else block. Okay, third point is only one block will be executed at a time, meaning it will be never like first the if condition will be executed and then else if condition block will also be executed. Okay, this will never happen. Great. Now in the upcoming question I will explain the switch condition, the second one, which is a more advanced and conditional statement. Okay, more important also. What are looping statements in Java? What is while loop? Loop English meaning is a thing which repeats itself. Okay, and here is the simplest definition of looping statement. Looping statements are used to execute a block of code repeatedly based on the condition. Okay, then here are the types of looping statements in Java. And now we will discuss about the while loop. Okay, so first we will go to the code. Here we have the main method inside a class. Now first we will initialize a variable I, or you can say counter, like this. Okay, then what we will do, we have a statement like this where we are printing the above variable, and we want that this statement should be in a loop. It should repeat. Okay, now the problem is we want to control its execution. We do not want that it should be printed infinitely. Okay, so therefore we will use the while keyword and then set the condition, and then inside the curly braces we will put this statement. Okay, this means now our code block is controlled by the while loop condition. Okay, it will only execute until this I variable or this counter value is less than equal to 5. But still, if we run this application, then this will run infinite times and it will print 11111, because it is, this I variable is always 1. Okay, it is not going to be less than 5. So to prevent this, what we will do, we will increment, we will use the increment. All right, so with every iteration the value of the counter will be incremented. And now if we will execute this statement, then here you can see first the value of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So while loop is keep on iterating and repeating the code until this condition I is less than equal to 5. Once I value will become 6, then this condition will be false, and then the loop will be terminated, finished, and execution will come here at the bottom. Okay, so great, that is the while loop. Here is the same code, and here I have also pointed out the initialization condition increment in this loop, and here is the definition of while loop. A while loop iterates a block of code while a certain condition is true. Okay, great, that is all about the while loop. Now in the upcoming question I will explain the for loop, which is more used than this while loop. Okay, what is the difference between while and for loop? So I already explained while loop, and here is the code and the definition is here. Okay, now let's quickly understand for loop by comparing it with while loop. Alright, so here is the code of the for loop, and the purpose of both the code is exactly the same. Basically iterating and repeatedly executing a block of code. Okay, but here in the for loop, if you notice, in this one single line we have the initialization of the variable, then we have the condition there, and then we are also incrementing or updating the counter also. Okay, all in one single line. Alright, but here in the while loop, the initialization is at different point, the condition is at different, and the increment is at different point. And also with the while loop we have only the condition is mandatory. These are not mandatory, the initialization and increment. Okay, so that is the difference between these two loops. So here is the definition of for loop. A for loop repeat iterate a block of code a certain number of times, meaning it is not solely depend on the condition, it is number of times. Okay, so this for loop, if I will here is the same code, exactly same code, and if I will execute this, as I said, the result will be same. It will execute this line 5 numbers of time until this condition is false. Okay, so that is the answer to this question, and that is the explanation for the for loop. What is the difference between break and continue statement? Very important question from interview point of view. Let's go to the code. Here you see we have a very simple for loop which I already explained, and if I run this it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside it. Okay, but suppose inside the loop you have a requirement that we want to exit the loop when the value of the I will become 3. Okay, for that you will use if condition like this. If I equal to 3, then what we will do? Use the break statement to exit the loop. Okay, this says that when the for loop is iterating and if I is equal to 3 at any point of time, then by looking at this break statement, the execution will move outside the for loop. It will completely terminate the for loop. Okay, remember, completely. So now if I run the application, see the output are now only 1 and 2. After that break, it saw this break and then loop is terminated. That is break statement. Okay, now let's see the example of continue. So here is the same code, same for loop, same if condition. Just instead of break we have continue keyword here. Now continue, what continue will do? Listen carefully. Here inside the if condition, if continue is there, then the continue statement will just stop and skip the rest of the statements of this for loop. Okay, skip this code, and then it will continue from the starting of the for loop. Alright, from the next point, from the next increment. So if I run this code, then see the result is 1, 2, and then at I equal to 3 we have continue. So this will not be printed 3, then for loop will be I value will become 4, and then 4 will be printed. Okay, then again 5 will be printed, and this condition will be true only one time when I is equal to 3. So that is the continue thing, which basically used to continue the loop. Skip. Now let me show you the definition. So here is the code of the break loop, break statement, and here is the code of the continue statement. The definitions are: break statement is used to terminate the loop completely. Okay, whereas continue statement is used to skip the current iteration of the loop and move on to the next iteration of the loop. So it will not completely exit the loop. It will just skip the current iteration. Okay, that is the answer to this question. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now we will explore the advanced control statements like do while loop, for each loop, switch statement, ternary operator, etc. Remember, basics are a must, but in interviews they ask the advanced questions more. Okay, so therefore these are very important. And after completing this chapter, you will be super confident about all the control statements. So let's start with the first question of this chapter. What is the difference between while and do while loops? Okay, very important question asked in many interviews. And we already know the while loop. Here is the code and here is the definition. We already know. Okay, definition is while loop iterate a block of code while a certain condition. This condition is true. Okay, but if this condition is false, the loop will not execute a single time. Okay, that is the thing. Now here is the code of do while loop, and here you can see do while is very much similar to this while loop only, but here this do block code comes before the while condition, meaning when you will run this program, then after the variable declaration, this do block will execute. Okay, without any condition check. Then the while condition will be checked. Alright, and if the condition is failing, then again the do block will not execute, and if the condition is not failing, then do block will again execute. So what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that a do while loop is like the while loop only, except that the do block of code is executed at least once. Okay, even the condition is false. So here as I said, the do block will run first time always, but from the second time based on the condition. So let me show you the code here of do while. Here is the same code, and if I run this code, see int I equal to 5, meaning this while I is less than 4 is condition is failing, but still this line will execute at least once. So I is printed here as the output 5. Okay, but then after printing one time, then the condition will be checked. I equal to 5, I plus plus will make it 6, then 6 is less than 4, which is not true. So do block will not execute second time. Alright, so I hope it is clear to you, and that is the answer to this question. How to decide which loop to use in real applications? Very important question from practical point of view. So if you want to check the knowledge of someone, you will ask that when to use while loop, when to use for loop. Okay, so here is the for loop code, then here is the while loop code, and here is the do while loop code. I already explained all of them previously, right? Now mostly we use the for loop. Okay, the reason is here. Use for loop when you have to initialize a variable, specify a condition, and define an increment all in one line. Okay, this will make your code more compact and readable. See, this is short code, right? For the same thing, you can use while loop like this, but this is long code and we don't want to use long code, right? So the question is when to use while loop. And here is the right situation where you have only the condition. There should not be any initialization or increment. In this kind of situation, prefer to use while loop. Okay, and here's the answer. Use while loop when there is only condition without initialization and increment. Then you cannot of course use this for loop because there is initialization and increment. Okay, then when to use do while? That is very simple. Use do while when you have to iterate the loop at least one time without checking the condition, irrespective of condition. So that is the loop, and that is the answer to this question. And now you know when to use which loop in your application. What is the difference between the for loop and for each loop? When to use for each loop? So first thing first, remember for each loop is used to iterate arrays or collections. Okay, so if you are new to arrays and collections, then revisit this question after covering those topics. All right, now let's continue. Suppose you want to iterate an array, and you can also use the for loop like this for the same purpose. Here you first define an array like this, then after that use the for loop, and here set the counter or I equal to 0 as the starting index. This I will be your index of the array. Then set the condition to iterate the array until the length of the array. Okay, and then increment the counter or index with each iteration. Alright, now inside the for loop, you can just retrieve the element by using the array index and then just print the element number like this. So this is the for loop way of iterating an array. Now for each is more simplified version of this for loop only. Let's go to the code. Here first let's define the array like this, numbers array we have. Okay, now we will use the for loop. For that we use the for keyword only. Now listen carefully. Inside these two brackets, first we will iterate all the element of numbers array one by one in this number variable. Okay, that is the meaning of this code inside the bracket. Alright, now inside the curly braces of the for loop, first we will just print the number, this number which we are getting one by one. Alright, very simple. And if I run the application, you can see all the number are printed from the numbers array. So that is the how for each loop code is. And here you can see the definition. Here is the code, the same code, and then here is the definition of for loop, and here is the definition of for each. The enhanced for loop is issued to iterate and is used to iterate over elements in an array or a collection without the need for an explicit loop counter. Loop counter, this increment I plus plus and I equal to 0, both of these things are not required here in this for loop, for each loop. And you can see this code is much simpler as comparison to this code, right? So that's why Java has provided us this for each loop to iterate the arrays or collection in a more simplified manner. And that is the answer to this question. What is a switch statement? Here is the second type of conditional statement, and that is the switch statement. Let me show you and explain with the help of the code. For example, you have a variable priority equal to value 2. And now you have to find the value of this string variable result. In that case, like this, you can use the switch keyword and pass the above priority of this inside this bracket. Okay, then you can open and close the switch statement with this curly braces. Alright, so basically based on the priority we will set the value of the result variable. Let me show you how. So like if else condition we have, similarly here you can have here the case 1. It means that if the value of priority is 1, then case 1 will be true and inside this will be executed. Result value will be high. Now if this is false, case is not 1, then we can, like the else if block, we can put the case 2 and then result will be equal to medium. And at last, if none of the above case statements are true, then we can have the default statement. Okay, so if none is true, then value of the result will be low. This is the switch block, and here you can use multiple cases, but only one default you can use. Okay, that is one thing. Now later you can try printing the value of result, and if you will run this program and you know the value of priority was 2, so case 2 will be executed, the result will be medium here in the output. Okay, great. So that's it. Now you might be asking why we using the break keyword here. So listen carefully. Break keyword means it will break the flow. For example, if I remove this break keyword from here and I execute this, okay, now what happened? First result will be medium, and because there is no break, so the execution will continue and then it will go to default and set the result value again to low, and here in the output the printed result will be low, which is not expected, right? So by putting the break here, we are basically stopping the switch statement for executing further. Okay, in if else condition we do not need a break after the execution of if block. It will automatically break and if else will stop. But in switch you have to explicitly put the break after every case. Okay, great. That's the whole story, and the same code I have put here in the book. Now let's conclude 3 points about switch. So first, it's the switch statement executes the code block corresponding to the matching case label. Okay, matching case will be executed. Then second is use break statements to exit the switch block. Okay, third is default cases are optional. Okay, this is optional and execute when none of the above cases are matching. Okay, great. Now in upcoming question I will share the shortest conditional operator, and that is the ternary operator. All right. What are ternary operators? This I already explained earlier, because as a fact ternary is an operator. Okay, but yes, we can use this ternary operator as a conditional statement, as an alternative of if else condition. So here is the whole story of the ternary operator, which I already explained when I explained the ternary operators in operator section, right? The summary is ternary operator evaluate a boolean condition and give the result based on the value of this boolean condition. Whether true, then the first a statement will be executed after the question mark, and if false, then after the colon statement will be executed. Okay, now if you have any doubt, then you can try this code and you will get the same result. Here I have put the output also. Okay, and I have written the 3 points about also, which I already explained the same thing. So that is the role of ternary operator in conditional statements. Okay, when to use which type of conditional statements in real world application. So this is the actual very important and very good interview question. how you will decide which conditional statement is good for you in your application at what moment. Okay, so here I will compare the code of all them side by side. Okay, first we have the if else condition code here, and then we have the ternary operator code here, and finally we have the switch statement code here. So now we will first start by understanding the if else condition, when to use it in our application. Now here you can see if else condition can handle any type of complex condition, meaning this if keyword, and inside that you have multiple conditions here. Okay, multiple and multiple or operators, logical operators can be handled inside the if condition. Okay, and inside this curly braces you can have multiple lines of statements can be executed for in the if or else if or else block. Okay, so the conclusion is that if else is good for complex, different and multi-line execution. Alright, and the benefit of if else is if else cover all the kinds of scenario. So it's like it will cover everything for any condition. Alright, now the second type of conditional statement is this ternary operator. Right, here is the code. You can see here one thing. The ternary operator have three operands, right? 1, 2 and 3, which I already explained also. So here first is this condition. Okay, so this I am directly putting is 0, but basically it is returning the true. So it's a conditional only. It can be a condition also here. Okay, and the second and third operands basically are the result, which we are here are a single value results and are very simple, 10 and 20. So the point is ternary operators are good for single condition and single value evaluations or results. Okay, the ternary can handle only if and else. You cannot handle the else if block. There will be only two possibilities. Okay, also like in if block you have multi lines of execution, but in ternary operator that is not possible, only single value result. Multi-line will be very dirty code, right? But the benefit of ternary operator is ternary operator will give a very short one line syntax for simple conditional statements. Okay, otherwise you have to write 3-4 lines of the code in the if else condition for writing this same thing, right? Great. Now the third type of conditional statement is this switch statement, and here is the sample code. Let's just understand. Using a switch case is a good idea if this variable day value is a single value. Okay, single value, and it has consistent, because you have to consistently compare it with these cases. Consistent means like this is here two only. It should not be like changing. For example, in the if else block, if the left side can be anything, if is different, then else if is different, left side, then many else if, it will be different. But in switch case, the left side value is always be the same. The day value will be the same. Right side 1, 2, that can be different. Alright. The second point is that switch case can efficiently manage multi-line executions also, like the if else, but ternary operators cannot. Finally, the conclusion is switch case is better for same left side values. Alright, and the benefit of switch case statement is it looks more cleaner and more readable and more structured as comparison to the if else condition. So basically you can do the same thing using if else condition, but you can see the difference. Switch case looks more structured, right? And also switch cases are generally used more with enums, which I will definitely explain in the upcoming question. But yes, that is the comparison, and now you know when to use what kind of conditional statement in your application at what moment, right? Alright, now we have the chapter classes, objects and package. This is like the starting of the OOPS section in Java. Here mostly we will explore the classes and its member. Okay, remember classes are the most basic building block of Java. So let's start with the first question. And yes, if any question is too easy for you, then just increase the playback speed of the video. What is OOPS? What are the main concepts of OOPS? So by using OOPS concepts, we can create clean and clear structure for the softwares and web applications. Okay, now the question is, what are those concepts of OOPS and how they provide clear structure? So here are the OOPS concepts. First is the object, then classes, then inheritance, then polymorphism, then abstraction and encapsulation. So OOPS stands for object oriented programming, and object oriented means it is a way to create software application around the objects only. Okay, in the upcoming question we will start with the object and then we will cover all these OOPS concepts one by one in separate questions. And most importantly, we will explore when to use these concepts in real applications. Okay, in which situation, why they are so important. Okay, before that, here is the definition of OOPS. OOPS stands for object oriented programming, which means OOPS is a way to create software around objects. Second point is OOPS provide a clear structure for software and web application. Okay, I'm writing it here in the book so that later you can easily and quickly revise it from here. What are classes and objects? Why to use them in application? Very important question. Let's understand with the help of an example. Suppose you are a company owner and whenever any employee joins your company, you give him an offline hard copy paper form to fill out his or her details. Okay, so that is the kind of the paper form. Okay, now this offline form is like a template with fields like name, then experience, age, etc. Right, like a admission form. Now if you want to make this process online, then you can create an abcd.com website that is like an employee management system, and then like you have the offline paper form template where you have name, experience, etc. fields. Here also you can create the classes in your application, like the employee class, which is like a template only and with fields like experience, name, and this class can also have functions also, which is not possible in the paper forms, right? So that is the benefit of the web application or software applications. Okay, so this is a template, this is not an actual person. So whenever a new employee is hired in your company, joins your company, for example, I join this company. Okay, so then I will fill out the form online and press submit. Then now listen carefully. Then this employee management application will create the object of this employee class template. Okay, and that will be something like this. This EMP is the object of the employee class, and with the help of this object, this EMP object, we can set the experience, like the EMP.experience is equal to 15, EMP.name equal to happy, and we can also call the function by using the EMP object. Okay, so this is the whole idea of the purpose of the classes and object. See, in real world there are admission forms, registration paper forms. All these are like templates, right? Same are the classes, and we use those templates to fill our details, right? and after filling those forms, those filled forms become objects. So I am talking about the classes. When you create the object, those become objects. Now you might ask, we can fill out the forms without templates also, blank papers in the hard copy. So similarly, we can create application without classes. Okay, that is functional programming. But without a proper template, then some candidate can miss writing their name, some can miss writing their age, experience. So to manage that problems is another problem. Okay, so this is one reason why object-oriented programming with classes and objects is better than function-oriented programming. In function programming, we do not have templates like classes. Okay, so great. I hope you understand this example. Now let's conclude the simplest definitions of classes and objects. First, a class is a blueprint or template for creating objects. Okay. Then, an object is the instance of a class. Instance and objects are same things. And remember, classes or templates alone can't do anything. Okay. To use these classes or templates, we must create the objects. We must fill them, right? Alright, all set. Now in the upcoming question, I will quickly show you how to implement the simple class and the simple object and what are the important members of the class. How to implement classes and objects in Java. Okay, so if you are new to Java, then let's quickly see the code example how to create classes and object. Here in the code, first, by using the class keyword like this, we can create a class and the class name here we have is employee. Okay, then we will put the curly braces and inside that we can declare first the field like this. This is a class field. And remember, the field only holds the data. We have not yet initialized the field, just declaring the field. Okay. After that, we can have the constructor inside the classes. Okay, and the name of the constructor and class is same. And don't worry, I will cover it in a separate question in detail. Now let's move on. The next important member of the class is a function like this calculate salary function. Role of the function is to do some calculation on fields or data only. Okay, so great. These are the employee class members, but this class is of no purpose because if even you run this program, there will not be any output, right? So to use this class, we must create the object of this class, and that we can do like this. Here you can see we have the main method which will be automatically called by the JVM, and inside that we are creating the employee object of this employee class. Okay, so class name followed by object name equal to new keyword and then class name with the brackets. Okay, sorry. See, in real application, we mostly create object of one class in another class. For example, this employee class object we will create in another like a permanent employee or some other class. But here for simplicity and less lines of code, I am creating the object directly inside the main method. Okay, because we already know the Java compiler will directly execute this main method. That's why we are doing it. Now, we can use this employee object to first set the field value, experience. See, above is the experience field and here we are setting its value to 5. Then we are using the object to call the function calculate salary. Okay, employee.calculate salary will call the above class function. Alright, so in above class function, what is happening? We are just multiplying the experience with 50,000 and assigning the value to this salary variable, which will be experience is 5 here. So 5 into 50,000, 2,50,000. Okay. And then we are returning this salary variable, which is a double value, and it will be assigned to this salary variable down here inside the main method. Okay. Then I can print this salary, and now if I run the application, so here in the output you will get 25,000 as the result. Okay, which is the expected output and which is like the final salary. All right. So that is how we implement first the class. We create the class and then we create the object of the class, and we set the fields by the object, and we call the functions by the object. So everything of the class template we are using the object to implement. All right. Great. That is the whole story and very simple class and object implementation. Now the same code I have copied here in the book also. And if you are new to classes, then I strongly recommend that please implement this, write this code. Very basic and very important to understand. Okay. And also I have written here the steps for creating a class and object, which I already explained, but in case it will help you in the revision. Okay. So now in the upcoming question, I will also share the definition of class members for quick revision. Okay. What are the members of class? Very short question. Here is the code which I already explained previously when I created the class and its object, right? The employee class. Okay. Now, what are the members of the class? Here are the members of the class: field, constructor, and method. Let's define them. What is field? A field is a variable of any type. It basically holds the data. Okay. Second, a constructor is a method in the class which gets executed when a class object is created. Don't worry, I will explain this in detail in upcoming question, but because it's a important member of the class, that's why I am putting it down here. Then finally, a method is a block of code that performs a specific task. So here is the field, here is the constructor, and here is the method. Basically, method contains the logic, or in applications we also call the business logics are present inside the method only. Great, that's the answer, and I have written these definitions so that when you revise from the book, then it will be very faster for you. What is the role and benefit of packages in Java? Packages are very simple. Let me show you the code first. See, normally in big applications and projects, we create folders like this. We will have many folders. Okay. And for example, here is a folder, and inside that we have the classes, and here is the my class. Here, the name of this folder will be at the top with the package. Okay, package keyword. So basically this folder is the package name. This we also call namespace, and it helps in organizing the classes or interfaces. Okay. Now the question is how this package helps in organizing the classes. Now listen carefully. In large application, we can have multiple classes with the same name. Okay. But then the same name conflict can occur, right? Then you can use a different folders and keep the same name classes in the different packages. Okay, then the naming conflict will not occur. For example, like this, here we have this my class inside the package folder. Then similarly, we can have a folder 1, different folder, where there also we can have the same name class, my class. Okay. So actually now here one thing is important. Your class will be uniquely identified by the package.class name. Okay, so that is one thing. Second thing is, if you want to use the my class, like this for my class which is inside the folder in some external package, for example inside the folder 1 we have a your class, and inside that we are using the my class of folder. Okay, so there we have to use the import keyword, then the package name, and then the class name, and then we can use the class, we can create the object as per as our requirement. Alright, so that is the whole story. Now I have pasted the same code here so that revision will be easy, and the definition of the package is here. Package creates a namespace that helps in organizing classes or interfaces. And here is the benefit of package. Package avoids naming conflicts by allowing the same name class to be used in different packages. That is the answer to this question. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now, before starting this next chapter, here one piece of advice for interviews from my side. If you are giving interviews, then never answer the question in just one line. Try to explain the answer with definitions, example, and most importantly, relate them with your own previous project experience. Like for example, in my past project, I used access specifier to create models, DTOs, etc. like this. Okay. Alright, now in this chapter, we will see questions on access specifier, getter setter, and very important, this keyword. So let's start with the first question. What are access specifiers? What are the public and private specifiers? Again, a very important question. Here is the table and we have 4 types of access specifiers: public, protected, default, and private. Right now I will explain you about only the public and private only, and default and protected in upcoming question. So let's first see the code example quickly. Here we have the student class with two fields. One is marked as public, which is name, and one is marked as private, which is city field. Okay. Remember, access specifiers can be used with fields, class names, functions, and constructors also. Okay. So now I will try to access these fields from other class. So we have a science student class here, and inside that we have a getStudent function. Okay. To access the fields of student class, first we will create the object of student class, student object. Okay. Now listen carefully. When I will try to access and print the public field, which is name of a student class, via the student object, then that will work completely fine, and that is accessible because public members are accessible inside their own class and even outside their own class. Okay, outside the class. Okay. But now I will try to access the private field city of the student class via this student object, and this is showing the error. You can see the red underline here. That is the compile time error, and because it is not accessible. Okay, private fields are not accessible outside the class. Okay, so outside the student class you cannot access this city field. Okay. Alright, great. That is the whole story. Now the same code I have pasted here also, and here is the definition of access specifier. Access specifier are keywords used to set the access level for classes, variables or fields, methods, and constructors. Now if you see in this table, then you can see that public members are accessible within their own class, and within the package and within the subclass, everywhere. What is subclass, that I will tell you later, but public members are accessible everywhere. Whereas the private field is only and only accessible within the same class, not anywhere else. Alright, that is the answer. Now in the upcoming question, I will explain you the default access specifier, which is very interesting. Hi friends, for revision purpose, either you can take the answers screenshot from this video only, or you can download the complete book or complete course from the link given in the description. What are getter and setter methods? I already explained setter method, but if you missed that, then let's quickly conclude and then explore the getter methods. Okay, let's go to the code. So here is our employee class, and first we will declare one experience integer field, private field like this. Here exp stands for experience. Then we have the main method. Okay, and inside that we are creating the object of the employee class. The object name is emp. Okay, then we can set the field value something like this, but as I told you, this is not recommended. Okay, it violates the encapsulation concept of oops, which I will explain later. To set the value of above experience field, first we will call the set experience method like this from the object, and then we will pass the experience as an argument here. Now we will define this set experience method something like this inside the employee class. Okay, sorry. So that is called the setter method, and here in the brackets it will receive the parameter which is passed from here, and then inside this dot experience equal to experience will set the field value this. Okay, from this parameter value, which I already explained when I explained the purpose of this keyword. Alright, now similarly, to get the value of this until now we have just setting the value of the experience field. Now to get the value, we will define a method get experience like this, which is the getter method. Alright, and then from here we are returning the experience which we already set by using the set experience method. Alright, so when we are returning to the main method, we can call the employee.get experience here, and this will receive the experience which was written from the get experience method above. Alright, if I run the program, then you will receive the 5 in the output. Basically this will, so rather than directly emp.experience, rather than directly doing this, basically we have to use the getter method, get experience method. So that is the story of the getter and setter brothers. Now in the code, I have mentioned all the code, and then I have written the definition of the getter methods, which are used to retrieve the values of private field of a class. Setter method used to modify or set the value of private field of a class. Now you may ask why we are doing all this complex stuff, why we can't set fields directly. And yes, I will answer this. Basically the advantages of using the getter and setter methods in the upcoming question. Okay. What is the role of the default access specifier? What is the difference between public, private and default? Now if you remember this table, then here we have the default access specifier. Okay, and this default access specifier is also called package private access specifier because it makes members accessible only within the same package. Okay, what does it mean? Let me show you the code now. So here is our student class, if you remember, and here we have access specifiers public and private, which I explained in previous questions. Okay, now I put a field without any access specifier. Okay, that means it has a default access specifier if there is no access specifier. Okay, now first I will go to another class, science student, which is inside the same package access specifier. So student is also access specifier package and the science student is also the same package. Okay, Now here the behavior of private and public will be remain same, okay, which I already explained you. But the default field, if you see, the age was the default field and it is accessible here and there will be no error. Okay, now listen carefully. This default field age is accessible here because science student and student class are where the age field is coming are both present in the same package. Okay, access specifier is the same package. But if now I go to a different package, access specifier 1, and inside that we have the math student class, and here if we are created the object of student class and then public and private field we already know, but here the default field age which is coming from the student class will not be accessible, and the reason is because this is a different package. Okay, so that is the whole story of the default access specifier. Now if I go back to the book, then here I have written the definition of the default access specifier. Default access specifier is used when no explicit access specifier is provided. It controls the accessibility of members within the same package. Okay. Now then in the next slide I have pasted the same code which I explained, the student class, the science student class and the maths student class, and here I have also described how this is the same package, that's why the age is accessible and there will be no error, and how in the different package if you try to access the default specifier then there will be error. Okay, so the code I pasted here so that while revising you just had to look at this code and you can easily remember the whole story in a few seconds, because in interviews revision time is very less, right? What is the role of this keyword in Java? When should we use it? Very important question, and by the end of this video I will clear all your confusion. Let's understand with the help of the code. Here is a employee class and inside that we will first declare the private field experience of the employee. Okay, exp stands for experience. Now then in our main method we will create the object of the employee class which is emp, and then by using this emp object we can set the value of this experience something like this, emp.experience equal to 10. But this way of setting field value is not recommended because it violates encapsulation concept of oops. I will explain you later in a separate question how it violates, but here let's focus on this keyword. Okay, so first we will comment this approach. Okay, and instead of directly assigning the field value like this, we will call the setter method of this employee object. This set experience is the setter method and we will pass the value as the argument here. Okay, then we will define this setter method like this above in the employee class. Okay, and here in the parameter we will receive the argument which we are passing from here. Alright, clear? Now inside this setter method we will set the field. We will write this code, this dot experience equal to experience, basically setting the field value. Okay, now listen very carefully. Here this dot experience will represent this class field value. Okay, because this keyword refers to the current instance of the class, meaning if you put this keyword dot in front of anything that point to the current class fields. Okay, now you may ask why we are using this keyword and not directly using just the experience field. The reason here is we are receiving the experience in parameter also, right? So this experience is different from the class field above experience. Alright, this experience parameter we are receiving from here. Okay, so that's why we use this dot experience to point to the class field. Now this setter method purpose is to set this class field experience value which is received from the parameter experience. That's how we set the class field values, by using these setter methods and not by directly assigning them like this. Got it? Now finally we can then print the value emp.experience. Okay, and yes, getting experience like this is we are getting experience, and this is also not recommended. And in the upcoming question I will separately cover the getter method also quickly, but for now we are getting like this only. And now if I run the application, then here at the bottom we will get the 10 as the result as the employee experience. Alright, now you know the role of this keyword. Now the same code I have pasted in my book also like this, and I have pointed out how this dot experience is pointing to the class field experience. Okay, so that later when you revising you should immediately get the idea. Finally, here is the definition of this keyword. This keyword refers to the current instance of the class. And here is the use of this keyword. This keyword differentiates between instance class field variables and the parameter which is received from the from the main method. So that this keyword differentiate between them. Okay, otherwise if you will here write exp equal to exp, then both will be like parameters, so that will be confusing. That's why this dot experience for setting this experience, referring this class field, because this experience class field belongs to this employee class. Alright, that's the advantage, that's the purpose of this keyword. Here is a quick question. Why to use same names for class fields and parameter names in setter method? So here is the code of this keyword which I explained in previous question. Now you might ask why we can't use different names. For example, this experience, this field experience should be different name, and this experience parameter name should be something like experience, something different, so that we do not have to use then this keyword. Okay, because then exp equal to experience like this, which we will modify the received parameter. Okay, but this will create more confusion, and that is not a recommended approach. If you will use the same name, that will be more cleaner and more readable code, and the same thing I have written also. That's the answer. What are the advantages of getter and setter methods? Let me show you the code and then we will conclude the advantages. Here is the code where we are using the getter method and the setter method, and then inside the client, or we can say the main method, we are using them. Okay. Now the first advantage is that by using the setter method we can do the data validation something like this. Okay, so suppose user has passed some negative invalid value from the client. Here instead of 5 user has passed -5. Okay, then we can check if condition, if experience is less than 0, we will send the message to the client, we will log the message, we can do anything, and we will not update our experience field. We will only update, we will return from here. Okay, so nothing is updated. But if the value is positive and valid, then only we will set the experience field with the experience parameter. Okay, so in short, by using the setter method, we can ensure that the assigned values are valid and invalid values are properly handled and avoided. Okay, Next advantage of using getter setter is data access. Now here you can see the getter method. Okay, and here we can change the way we send the value to the client. Okay, for example, a client has requested the value of the experience. Client means a end user application, but as a developer we want to return some modified value. Suppose we have to return experience multiplied by 2 or any logic. So then we can put that logic inside the getter method. Alright, that's why getter methods are used to manipulate and return values as per the project requirement. Now the third and the most important advantage is to implement the OOPS principle encapsulation by using these getters and setters. Now listen carefully. As per encapsulation, before passing or accepting data or field value, bind the function and data together. Meaning, always send or receive the data or field via the function, not directly. And here you can see, before passing the field's value to client in the main method, we are using the function. Okay, this is the field and this is the function. Okay, and again, before accepting any data from the client, we are using the function. Okay, that's how we doing it by the encapsulation. So that is the whole explanation and advantages of 3 advantages, and the same I have pasted in the book, so that having it in written format can save your time, and while you are revising, then you can just read it and you will just remind you that the complete answer which I have explained just now. What are the 4 principles or pillars of OOPS? Very important, and this is the starting of OOPS concepts. Okay, 4 pillars of OOPS are: first is inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, and encapsulation. Understanding all of them is very important from an interview point of view. In upcoming question, I will explain all of them one by one in questions and answers format. Okay, so that you can learn the concept and also easily revise for your interviews if you already aware about these concepts. Great. Now here is a very important principle of OOPS, inheritance. Here I covered almost all the important questions of inheritance in a step-by-step learning order, so that even if you are new to inheritance, still you will be able to understand all of these. And if you are experienced, then just watch and revise your concepts. Question list is long, looks long, but it will not take much time. After completing this question, you will be more confident about the inheritance. So let's start with the first question. What is inheritance and when to use inheritance in real applications? Very important and very frequently used concept in real applications. Let's learn by one real example. Suppose one company wants to create one employee management system application like this. Okay, now the company has 2 types of employees. One is permanent employees and temporary employees. For that, in the application, they have created 2 classes. One is permanent employee class with fields experience and functions get experience, set experience, calculate salary, and do fun. Okay, and another class is for temporary employees. Temporary employee class, field experience, some functions are there which is similar to permanent employee class, but this do work is a different function. Okay, so only few functions are different and most of the functions you can see are same in permanent employee and temporary employee class. So great. Now the question is, why to have the duplicate functions with similar code in multiple classes? Alright, so to remove these duplicate functions from these classes, we will use the concept of inheritance. Now listen carefully. like this, a base class, employee class will be created, and all the common fields like experience was common, and the function, common function, get experience, set experience, and calculate salary. So all these common functions will be placed in this parent class employee. Now definitely I will show you in the upcoming question the real code, but let's understand the concept. So after setting up this employee class, we will set the parent-child relationship between the class, parent and child class. Now the child class will automatically get and inherit the fields and functions of the base class. Okay, like a rich kid automatically inherit money from his rich parents, right? Even without having it. So then you can remove the written functions from both of their child classes, the duplicate function, because it is already present in their base class. And yes, remember, base, super, parent class are the same thing. Similarly, child, derived and subclass are the same thing. Now what will happen when you will create the object of these child classes, then you will automatically get the functions of their base classes also, even those functions are not present here in the child classes. And that is the use of inheritance. Okay, this will enable the code reusability. Duplicate code is not required in multiple classes. Great. Now let's conclude the definition of inheritance. Inheritance is creating a parent-child relationship between two classes where child class will automatically get the properties and method of parent class. Okay. When should inheritance be used in application? The answer is for code reusability purpose. Multiple subclasses can reuse fields and methods from a superclass or a base class. So that is inheritance at conceptual level, and in the upcoming question I will show you the implementation of this. How to implement inheritance in Java. Now I will show you the code how to implement. Okay, so here is the code. First here create a parent class employee like this. Okay, now this parent class, inside this parent class, define all the fields, common fields, and then the getter setter functions which I already explained, and then some other functions like the calculate salary. Here I have created one separate function. Now create another Java file for permanent employee class, which we will set as the child class of the employee class. Okay, to set for making the relationship, use the extend keyword like this. So now this will be the child class and this employee will be the parent class. Now all the methods and properties of this parent employee class will be inherited in this child permanent employee class. Okay, then this permanent employee class can have its own unique methods also. Okay, so unique methods you can put like this: do fun, and whose body is defined here only. Then inside the main function, this is the main function, create the object of this permanent employee class like this. Now you can call the own method do fun like this, which is very normal. You can call the do fun by the permanent employee object because do fun is present here. But the object of permanent employee class can also call the methods of superclass or base class like this. See, this set experience method is from the base class employee, and this calculate salary method is also from the base class. Still permanent employee object is able to call them. There is no error, and that is inheritance. Now you can print also, like this salary which we are getting from this calculate salary method, we are just printing. And if I run the code, then in the output we can get from having fun, from do fun method and 25,000 from the calculate salary method. Okay, so that is the way how we can implement the inheritance. Now I have pasted the same code in the book also. Here this is the same code, and I have also pointed out here how employee is set as the base and how permanent employee is set as the child class. Okay, and I have also written here the simplest answer to set up the parent-child relationship between the classes. Use extends keywords to set up parent-child relationship between two classes. The answer is very simple. Use extend keyword. Okay. So if you are new, just try it once, and if you already know some of things, then I think it's a good revision for you. Right? That's it. What are the different types of inheritance? When to use what? This is a very important question from interview point of view. So let's explore it quickly. The first type of inheritance is single inheritance, where you will be having one parent class and only one child class. Single. Okay. So here is the code. See, we have one parent one class, and in the child one class we are extending the parent one class. Okay, this is normal type of inheritance which we already know. The next type of inheritance is multi-level inheritance, and here is the illustration where we have one parent one class, then one child, and after that we again have one child two class which is like a grandchild. Okay, and here is the code implementation. See, one parent one class, child one is extending parent one, and child two is extending child one. Okay, so like this. So that is how multi-level inheritance is. And here is very one important thing. Here this child 2 class, which is like a grandchild, will automatically get all the methods of the child 1. Yes, right? And even the parent 1 also. Okay, that is the important thing. So meaning child 2 class have no need to extend the parent 1 class separately. Okay, that is the thing. Now the third type of inheritance is hierarchical inheritance. And here is the illustration where we have one parent one class, and which class is inherited in this multiple child classes. Child 1, child 2, child 3, multiple can be. Okay, this is the most used and the most popular type of inheritance for reusability purpose. Alright, so here is the code. Here is the parent 1 class which is inherited both in the child 1 parent 1 and then child 2 also parent 1 only. Now see one function in parent 1 will be reused in multiple child classes. That is the benefit. After this we have one hybrid inheritance also, which is like the combination of multi-level and hierarchical inheritance only. Great, I think now you know the types of inheritance in Java. And yes, there is one more type of inheritance which we call multiple inheritance, not multiple level, multiple. But Java does not support multiple inheritance. Now why Java don't allow multiple inheritance? That we will cover in upcoming question. Hi friends, for revision purpose, either you can take the answers screenshot from this video only, or you can download the complete book or complete course from the link given in the description. What is multiple inheritance? Does Java support it? Very interesting question. Here you can see the diagram of multiple inheritance. Here this child class can trying to inheriting more than one base classes, parent classes. Okay. But this is not allowed in Java. A child class cannot extend or inherit more than one base class. Here is the code implementation of this same example. Two parent classes, parent class 1, parent class 2, and one child class which is trying to extend parent class 1, parent class 2. And this will, if you will try this code, then it will show you the compile time error. Okay, you cannot put here more than one classes. Second class is not allowed. Okay, now the question is, why does not Java support multiple inheritance? What is the problem with this approach? Okay, that we will check out in an upcoming question. Why does Java does not support multiple inheritance of classes? What is diamond problem? Thinking question it is. So let's try to quickly understand the code example. Here is the illustration of multiple inheritance, right? And here is the code, the same code of multiple inheritance, where we are trying to extend two classes. Okay, but Java obviously will show the compile time error, but for a second just assume that Java is allowing the multiple inheritance and it is accepting this two multiple classes. Okay, now here listen carefully. If you notice here, both these parent1 class and parent2 class having the same method 1. See, the body is different, but the name of the method 1 is same. Okay, in this situation, if the child class, if we create the object of the child class like this, inside the main method we are creating the object of the child class, and then we are calling the method 1, then which method 1 it is? It is method 1 from the parent class 1 or it is from the parent class 2. So that is the problem, and that is the naming conflict we can say, and we also call it a diamond problem. Okay, like this, because here will be the conflict that which method it is. So to avoid this problem and keep the code simple and avoid the complexity, Java does not support multiple inheritance. So there are many other reasons also, but this is the simplest and the top reason. The same thing I explained here in written also. You can read it. It is the same thing. Now the question is there any other way of achieving this multiple inheritance in Java? And the answer is yes. And that we will explore in upcoming question. What is the alternative to achieve multiple inheritance in Java? This is the ultimate question asked in many interviews. And the answer is here in this diagram. Okay, Java supports multiple inheritance of interfaces, meaning at maximum only one parent class is accepted for the child class, but you can add multiple inheritance 1, 2, 3, 4, any numbers. You can say you can implement. For interfaces we use the word implement, and for classes we use the word extend. Okay, so let me quickly show you the code also. So suppose you have a parent class like this. Okay, so here we have a parent class and we have a parent method inside it. Then we have two interfaces. They are separate. Okay, you can create different files for them. And inside the interfaces, we only declare the methods. If you are new to interfaces, I will cover them separately. Then you can revisit this question. Okay. Now, in the child class, like this is the child class, you can extend only and only one parent class like this, but you can implement multiple interfaces 1, 2 like this. So this is not exactly the multiple inheritance, but it's like an alternative to multiple inheritance. Okay, and yes, as the rule of the interfaces, inside the child class, you have to implement them. Okay, implement the methods which are just declared here. You have to implement them in the derived class. Okay, great. So that is the logic, and that is the alternative way to implement the multiple inheritance via the interfaces in Java. Great. So now all the code I have pasted here in the book also. Like this, I have pointed out how the multiple interfaces can be implemented, and here I have also written the conclusion. Java support multiple inheritance of interfaces. So multiple interfaces and maximum one parent class can be inherited. That's it. Here is a short question. How to prevent a class from being inherited? If you have a class like this, final class, okay, then you can use the final keyword in the class to block. Meaning, now if you try to extend this class in this final subclass, then it is not possible and it will show you the compilation error from Java. Alright, you can try this code, very simple, final keyword you have to remember. So the answer is, in Java you can prevent a class from being inherited by using the final keyword. The same thing. That is the answer. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now we will cover many questions from the polymorphism principle of OOPS. I know the question list is very long, but the most important ones are the method overloading and the method overriding. The rest of the questions are very short and simple and scenario based and will not take that much time, okay? So without wasting time, let's start with the first question. What is polymorphism? Let me explain with an example. Suppose we have a calculator class like this, and inside it we have various functions like multiply, add, minus, right? Now if you notice, here we can have multiple add functions with the same name, but they are doing different things. One is adding two integers, just imagine the body, these are the parameters, okay? The second is adding two doubles and the third add is adding three integer. So this is called multiple forms of a single and same name thing. So having multiple forms of the same name field or function is called polymorphism, okay? Now you may ask one question, why should we keep their names same? We can have different names for them. So for example, this can be add two integers, this can be add two doubles, this can be add three integers. So then we don't need polymorphism, right? But then your code will be very bad looking and it will not be readable. Add four integers, so what kind of method name is this, right? Therefore we should not have different names for same kind of things, and for handling the same name function we have polymorphism, okay? So here is the simplest definition of polymorphism. Polymorphism is the ability of a function to take multiple forms, okay? Multiple forms means the function name is same but it can have multiple variations, okay? Body can be different. Now in the next question, which is very important from interview point of view, and that is the types of polymorphism which we are going to explore. What are the types of polymorphism? Very important question. If you remember, polymorphism means having multiple forms of the same name function like this, right? Now we have two types of polymorphism. The first one is the compile time polymorphism and second is the runtime polymorphism, okay? Compile time polymorphism is again of two types, method overloading and operator overloading. Now here this example which I explained here, this is the example of the method overloading, okay? This calculator class, single class, and inside we have multiple functions with same name, that is overloading method, okay? And then we have the operator overloading, which means that operators like plus, minus, divide, they can also have the different forms, but that is possible in C++ operator overloading. In Java operator you cannot overload the operator, okay? Then inside the runtime polymorphism we have the method overriding as its type. Now here is one suggestion. Initially when I started my career, I was not aware of these compile time and runtime words. So I was just say that method overloading and method overriding are the types of polymorphism, and that is also like a 90% correct answer. But now I will cover all of these things, like what is compile time, what is runtime, why method overloading is compile time, and what is static early binding and late binding. So that all I will cover in the upcoming questions. Okay. Hi friends, for revision purpose, either you can take the answers screenshot from this video only, or you can download the complete book or complete course from the link given in the description. What is method overloading, how to implement it, and when to use it? So as I explained in this diagram earlier, the methods with the same name inside the same class, that is the example of the method overloading. Okay. Now let's check how to implement the same class example calculator class in the code. So here we have the calculator class, right? And inside that, first we will have the add method like this, okay, with just 2 parameters of integer type. Then we have the second overloaded method, this time with the name is same, but parameters are of type double. Then here we have one more overloaded add method, but this time it is accepting 3 parameters, okay, of integer type. So basically this is overloading, alright, where you are creating overloaded methods of the same name, but their parameters types or the number of parameters are different. Okay, now inside the main function, you can create the instance of the calculator class like this, and then you can call all the above 3 methods like something like this, and you can print the result. That's why I directly put it inside the println command. Okay. Now if I run the this, then you will get the expected output from the first, second, and third method. So that is how overloading works. Okay, so basically the compiler matches your method calling with the above defined method and run. That is what is overloading and how we implement it. And then here I have pasted the whole code which I just did it in front of yourself, and here is the definition of method overloading. Method overloading occurs when there are multiple methods with the same name, with the same class, but with different parameter list. So that is the answer to this question. Why do we call method overloading as a type of compile time or early binding? So let me explain this from the codes. दोबारा से यार नहीं गए. Why do we call method overloading a type of compile time or early binding? Here is the type of polymorphism, and we are calling method overloading as compile time. So let's see in the code the reason for this. Okay, here is my previous example where I explained you the method overloading, right? Now here when I created the calc object, after that I am calling the add method. Now when I passed 2 integer parameter inside it, 5 and 10, right? Now listen carefully. By looking at these parameters only, the Java compiler will know that this will call the first add method of the calculator class. Basically Java compiler will match the parameters. Okay, so even until now I have not run the program, and before that compiler will execute this. Compiler will actually match this. Okay, and if something is decided before running the program, that is called compile time. So that is why overloading is called the compile time polymorphism. Now suppose I add in this third function, I add 8 here. Okay, so now you can see compiler is showing the error that there is no method add which is having 4 parameters. right? This is the compile time error. That's why it is a compile time polymorphism. Now if I run this program, then runtime starts, and that I will show you how method overriding is a runtime polymorphism in upcoming question. But now because overloading happens before runtime, running the program, therefore it is also called early binding, early. So that is the answer and the explanation, and the same code I have pasted here also. It's the same thing, and I have written the reason also here, so that next time you do not need to watch the whole video again. Now in the upcoming question, I will explain how many ways are there to overload a method. In how many ways can a method be overloaded? So here is the same code that I explained in method overloading, right? The first way of overloading the method is this. See, first and second method here names are same, but the data types of the parameters are different. This is the first way of overloading. Second is this, when the method names are same, but the number of parameters, it has 2 parameters and this method has 3 parameters. So this is the second way of overloading. Now the third way, the code is not here, but here it is, and see, the method name is same here, add and add, and the number of parameters are also same, 2 and 2. Type is also same, int is there and double is also there, but the order of the parameters are different. Okay, so great, that is the answer to this questions, the ways how we can overload a method. If two of the same methods have different return types, then are the methods are overloaded? So it's a short and tricky question. So let's see the code here, and you can see we have two methods, add, both data type, number of parameters, everything is same, just the return type is different. Okay, so this is overloading? No, this is not overloading, and as you can see, the compiler is showing here, this is a duplicate method error and this is not allowed in Java. And now the same code I have pasted in the book also, and the answer is also here. So that is the answer to the this question. Now in the upcoming question, we will explore the method overriding and runtime polymorphism. What is method overriding? This is a very important question and concept. We already know method overriding is a type of polymorphism only. Okay, like this. Now you must be aware about two concepts before learning overriding, and that are inheritance and method overloading. Okay. Now let's see an example of overriding. Suppose you have an employee parent class like this, and inside it you have two methods, office timings and calculate salary. Okay. Then you have a child class permanent employee which extends from the employee base class, and this child class have his own method do fun, and automatically it will get the methods of the base class automatically. Okay, as per the rule of the inheritance, right? Now suppose you have another child class temporary employee which also extending from the employee class and having its own method do work, and other methods it will automatically get from the base class. Okay, but now listen carefully. If you want that the office timings is okay, that method is fine, so you will get it from the base class, that is applicable to this temporary employee class. But the calculate salary method of the base class is not applicable to this temporary employee class. Okay, maybe there is a different formula for calculating the temporary employee salary or any reason. So then as a developer, what you can do, you can use the override annotation and redefine this calculate salary method inside your temporary employee class. So inside the body of the temporary employee class, and that is only called method overriding. Okay, so as a result, what will happen when you create the object of this temporary employee class anywhere, then this new override method will be applied to that object, not the base class method. Okay, so that implementation I will show you in the upcoming question, but this is the whole concept of the overriding. Alright, so here is the simplest definition for later revision. Method overriding in Java allows a subclass or child class to provide a specific or different implementation of a method that is already defined in its superclass or base class. Great. Now in the upcoming question, we will quickly see the method overriding implementation in code. Before method overriding implementation, here is a quick scenario based question. Why to use method overriding? Why don't we have different name methods in parent class and child class? Okay, so meaning, suppose here is the diagram of method overriding which I already explained. Now the question is, why to use the same name calculate salary in the temporary class also, which is exactly same as the base class method. We can also create a fresh new method like calculate salary for temporary employee, name something like this, without overriding actually the base class method, right? That can be an alternative, a way for doing things, but this is not recommended, because tomorrow when some other developer will create the object of this temporary employee class, then in that case they will see they will see both the methods, calculate salary also, which is coming from the base class, and can calculate salary for temporary employee. Suppose you make the new method, so both methods will be visible, and actually that will create the confusion about which method to use and which not to use. So that will be like some other problem. Okay, that's why we use overriding. Okay, the whole point is method overriding concept is for making our applications more structured, readable and organized, and the same thing is written here. So that's the answer to this question. Very short question here. Why we call method overriding as a runtime or late binding? See, here is the same code which I explained when I explained the implementation of overriding concept. Okay, basically here we are overriding the parent class method in the child class, right? Now listen carefully. See, when you create the object of the child class here, at that time the Java compiler can't identify whether the calculate salary method, when you call the method from that object, the compiler will not identify that whether this method is coming from the base class or it is coming from the child class. Okay, at the compile time when you have not run the program. Only when you run or execute the program, only then at runtime, the just-in-time compiler or JVM will identify that yes, there are two methods and this method should come from the child class because it is overridden. So that's why I call this as method overriding as the runtime polymorphism, and this compile time runtime I already explained in the previous questions, right? And yes, runtime happens after compile time. Therefore, compile time is early binding and runtime is late binding. Okay, so that is the answer to this question, and the same thing I have written which I already explained. Now in the upcoming question, we will see the most important question of the Java interview history, that is, what is the difference between method overloading and what is method overriding. Okay, what are the 5 differences between overloading and overriding? Very important question asked in many interviews, and that's why I am asking 5 differences, not 1 or 2 differences. They are not enough. because if you know a question is important, then prepare as much as you can, right? Okay, so here first I will show you the side by side code. Here is the code of the method overloading, which I already explained, and here is the code of method overloading base class, and here is the child class of it. Okay, now I will point the differences here, and in the next slide all differences are written. The first and the most important difference is that in method overloading, multiple methods with the same name are there, but they are present in the same and single class. Yes, only one class is required for method overloading. Okay, whereas in method overriding, if you see, method names are same. Okay, and their signature is also same, but they are present in different class. So basically we override the parents class method in child class, and in overloading, so that we have only one class. Second difference is that in overloading, methods have the same name, but the parameter signature is different. Okay, meaning either the parameter type is different or the number of the parameters are different, right? But in method overriding, the method signature and name both must be same. Okay, nothing should be different. Then the third difference is method overloading is compile time polymorphism, since it is identified at compile time. But method overriding is runtime polymorphism because it is identified at runtime. This I explained in previous question. Next difference is method overloading, you do not need any annotation or any special keyword, right? Whereas in method overriding, this override annotation and keyword you require. Okay, in the child class above the overridden method. So basically it is overriding the superclass or base class method. Last difference is that constructors of the classes can be overloaded. Okay, multiple constructors can be overloaded, whereas constructors of the classes base class cannot be overridden in the derived class. And yes, constructors I will explain in upcoming questions separately. That is slightly more advanced, this last difference. But yes, these are the difference, and all these same differences I have written here in the next slide of the book. Understanding the concept is very important, but when a question is very important, then we should also remember some theory. Okay, this information in this book will help you in doing the quick and fastest revisions for your interviews, and at least you will remember 3 to 4 differences at least. I recommend that. What are annotations in Java? Sometimes we already know things, but we don't know the right name used for it. Suppose you have a parent class like this, employee class, and then you have a child class of that parent class. Now here when you override the method, then you just use this thing, @override. And this is called annotation. This @ denote annotation. See, by putting this override annotation means you are informing the compiler about the function, that what actually it is. It's an overridden function, right? That you are informing to the Mr. Compiler, okay, as a developer. So the definition of annotation is: annotation in Java are a form of metadata that provide information about a program function to the compiler. Metadata is like the information about something which you are providing to, here in this case you are providing to the compiler. Okay, the second point is that annotations are declared using the @ symbol. Okay, so wherever you see @, that is annotation. Alright, now there are two types of annotation. One is built-in annotation, for example @override, deprecated, suppress warnings, etc. These are built-in provided by the Java. Second are the custom annotation, which are basically we as a Java developer, we can also create our own annotations. Okay, so that is the simple answer to this question. How to implement method overriding? Now let's quickly see the code and how to implement the method overriding of the same employee example. Okay, suppose we have an employee parent class. Okay, and like this we have two methods inside it. One is calculate salary, which is salary is 100,000, 1 lakh, and another is office timings, which is printing this line. Okay, this is the base class. Now there is another file, temporary employee class. Now this temporary employee class actually extending the employee class. Okay, now by using the override annotation like this, you can redefine the calculate salary method, which is already present in the base class. Redefining means the name of the method is same as of the parent class, but here the body is different. Here the salary is 75,000, there it was 1,100,000. Okay, so now let's check what happens when we create the object of this temporary employee class and call the method. So like this we will create the temporary employee class object, and like this we are calling the calculate salary method by using the temporary employee object. Okay, now if I run this program, then see the output is 75,000, which was present in the child class. Okay, not the 100,000 which was present in the base class. So that is the purpose of overriding. Okay, now in the next line you can call the office timings methods, which will obviously it will get from the parent class because this is not overrided. Okay, so great. I think this is the whole implementation of the method overriding. Now the same code I have presented in the PowerPoint as usual, and here is the one line, one word simple answer only. Use the override annotation before the subclass method declaration to override the same name and same signature method of the parent class. Remember, the child and parent should have same name and same signature also. Signature means the data types, return types, everything should be matching, okay, of the parameters. Great. Now in the upcoming question we will see why we call the method overriding as runtime polymorphism or late binding. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now we will cover questions from the encapsulation and abstraction principle of OOPS in a step-by-step manner. I am covering both these concepts in the same chapter because many have confusions between these two. Okay, so let's remove that confusion and let's compare them. So let's start with the first question. What is encapsulation? Let me show you a very good example. You know the capsule medicine, okay, which contains two colors and two different medicines inside it like this, right? To cure some disease, you must take both these medicines together, and therefore the capsules are invented. If you only take one medicine, then there can be the side effects, right? Similarly, to create a good software or web application, encapsulation is a combination of function and data, or you can say fields. Okay, meaning if you let the client or some other method access the data directly, then your application security can be in danger, your data can be in danger. Okay, you must pass the data by first combining it with a function and then pass it. Okay, in other words, if you have a class with fields and function inside it, so do not let the fields accessible outside the class directly. Rather, use the getter and setter functions to wrap the field or data within the function and then only allow the access of the fields via the functions to the outside functions, classes, client, anything. Finally, here is the definition, simplest definition. Encapsulation is the bundling of data, fields, and functions into a single unit. Okay, single unit. Great. Now in upcoming question, I will show you how to implement encapsulation in code. How to achieve encapsulation or implementing encapsulation in Java. Let me show you the code example. And yes, if you already have understanding of getter and setter methods, then you already know 70% of the answer. Okay. Now suppose you have an employee class like this, and inside that you have the experience field, which is also called data. Both are same thing. Okay, like this. Now inside the main method or in any other class, when you create the object of this employee class like this, you can create object. Okay, this emp is the object. Then you should not set the experience field above field inside there like this. Emp object name dot field name equal to. So this is directly setting, which is not recommended. Okay. First, you have to make sure your experience field, your field should be private, so that your field is not accessible outside this class to make it secure. Then define a setter method like this to set the above experience field with the value which you are receiving in the parameter here using this keyword. Okay. So this is setter method. Then you have to use the getter method. This is getter method to get the value of the field experience. Okay. Now from the main method to set the value of the field like this, you can do. You can call the setter method, and here you have to pass the experience in the parameter argument, which will received here in the parameter, and then your experience field is set. Okay. After setting the field, you will use the getter method like this to get the field value. Okay, this will call the getter method here, which will return the field value experience, which you can also manipulate. That's why that's an example. Okay, so that is how you can use the private field and the getter setter methods to implement encapsulation in your programs. Okay, application. And yes, now the same code I have here mentioned, the same code it is. Okay, and the same answer I have written here also. Encapsulation can be achieved by using access modifier private, so that your field can be private, and then getters and setters methods. Okay. Great. Now in the upcoming question, I will quickly show you some advantages of implementing encapsulation in your project. What are the advantages of encapsulation in Java? First advantage is data hiding. Encapsulation allows an object to hide its data because all interaction will be performed through the methods or functions, right? Not directly with the data, right? First advantage it is. So data is hiding. Okay. Second is modularity. So by encapsulating data and functions together, you can create a self-contained modules, meaning both things together are easy to manage and structure, data and functions, right? Third advantage is increased security. So by restricting access to data directly, encapsulation helps in protecting your data. Alright. Then we have reusability. So encapsulation allows components or models to be reused across different parts of your application. Then the last advantage, we have controlled access. So by defining the methods to access or modify the data, you can actually apply some rules and constraints, like how your data should be accessed and how your data should be manipulated. So inside the function, you can write those rules. Okay. So Meaning data validation. I already explained this in previous question that data validation can be there. Great. So that is the theoretical answer to this question, and also I have written here all the statements so that later when you revise, then you can easily map if you are missing something at that point of time. Okay. What is abstraction? How do you implement abstraction? So let me quickly explain with the help of an example. Suppose you are a web developer. You created one web application. Okay. You have the functionality and the code, right? Code is providing the functionality. Now, suppose there is an end user of your application which is accessing your application and using it. Now, here you notice users are only aware about the functionality. Okay, they are not aware about the code, and especially if that is the backend code. And that is a very excellent thing, right? Why to show the complex code to the user? And if you are showing, it's not a security issue also, it's if it is so, because if user will know the code, then they might try to hack it. Okay, so hiding these background details or complex implementation is called abstraction. It's a concept. Okay, it's a general concept applicable anywhere. Okay, so here is the definition of abstraction. Abstraction means showing only required things and hiding the background details. Alright, and as I said, it's a very general thing, so it is applied outside also. For example, here is another example. Here a car driver knows how to drive the car, right? But the complex settings of the engine is hidden from the driver. Car driver do not need to know the complex working of the engine just to drive the car. Alright, so that is the benefit of abstraction. It makes things simple for end user or for anyone. So now listen carefully. The ultimate benefit of the abstraction is, by hiding complex implementation, abstraction makes things simpler for end users. That's it. Abstraction is a concept. Now the question is how to implement abstraction, and here is the answer. Mostly in coding, we use abstract classes and interfaces for implementing abstraction. Great. Now in the upcoming questions, I will tell you what are abstract classes, interfaces, what is the difference between them, and what is the difference between abstraction and encapsulation, because there is some confusion in between them. Okay, so that I will explain in upcoming questions. What is the difference between abstraction and encapsulation? Most interviewers ask differences question, because by differences question they can check your two concepts. Okay, so let's see three differences here between them. First difference is just the definition. Abstraction means showing only required things and hiding the background details, whereas encapsulation means it's the bundling of data and functions into a single unit. So that is the first difference between them. Second difference is abstraction simplifies complexity by hiding unnecessary details, whereas it's kind of advantage. Okay, whereas encapsulation protects the data by restricting its access only via the function. So that is the second difference. And encapsulation provide a concept data hiding, but remember, data hiding is just about the data, whereas when we say complexing by hiding unnecessary details in abstraction, so that can be anything, that can be function, that can be anything, it's a concept. Okay, where encapsulation is just about data hiding. Okay, next difference is abstraction can be achieved by abstract classes and interfaces, right? Whereas encapsulation can be achieved by access modifiers and getter-setter methods. I already explained all these points. So basically the first is definition, second is the benefit, third is the implementation. Alright, great. So these are the differences between abstraction and encapsulation. Now in the upcoming question, we will explore about the abstract class and interfaces, which is again a very important question from interview point of view. Okay. Great. Now we are here with the most important interview question. What is the difference between abstract class and interface? Here in a step-by-step manner, we will learn what is abstract class, how to implement it, when to use abstract class, then when to use interface, what is it, default method, and many more small questions which are very important from interview perspective. The whole purpose is that after completing this question, you will not have a single doubt about the abstract class and interface. Okay, that is the purpose. So let's start with the first question. What is abstract class in Java? How to implement it? Let me explain with the help of the code. Here is a class university. Okay, then we can make this class as the abstract class by using the abstract keyword like this. Okay, abstract class means now we can have some concrete method, or we also call them non-abstract methods like this. Okay, if you see, these concrete methods are those whose body is defined or implemented here itself. Okay, here PCM stands for physics, chemistry and maths in the university. These are just like normal methods. Then in the abstract class, you should have at least one abstract method like this. Okay, here you can see this is marked as abstract, and this method does not have any body here. Okay, so this is an abstract method which does not here which is not implemented here or defined here. Now inside the main method, for example this, if you try to create the object of this abstract class university like this, then you can see the error here coming, the compile time error, because abstract class are only used as the base classes or parent classes. So they cannot be, the object creation of abstract classes not possible. Now we will use this class as the base class of a child. So here is the college child class, and we are extending it from the university abstract class. Okay. Now remember one thing. If a child class extend abstract base class, then it must implement the parent abstract methods like this. So this sports was the abstract method in base class. So we must have to implement it. Okay, that is the rule of abstract method. So great, that is the story of the abstract class, which are used mostly for parent class as a parent classes. Now you may ask, what is the advantage of using them as the parent classes, and that I will explain in the upcoming question. But before that, I have pasted this whole code here in my book, and also the minimal and very simple definition of abstract class. Abstract class contain both abstract and concrete methods, and abstract class object creation is not possible. Okay, one more point is written here. Abstract methods of abstract class must be implemented in the child class. Okay, now you know. And finally here I have also illustrated in the diagram that this is the abstract parent class university, and that is implemented here in the college class, and there we are also implementing the abstract method of the base class sports. Okay, because I believe remembering diagrams is comparatively easier than remembering the code or written theory. When to use abstract classes in real application? This is a very important question because most candidates know what is an abstract class, but those who know when to use abstract class in their projects are the pros. Okay, so here let's start with an example. Suppose we have to make an application for the higher education system. Okay, just assume. Now inside the application, we will first create one class, and that is degree college class. Okay, education system degree college. Okay, here the name is the field and these courses and sports are the functions, concrete functions. Their body is also there. Okay. Now, if any degree college is registering with our application, using our application, then the object of this degree college will be created and the degree college name and the courses function will be applied to them. Okay. Then similarly, you can also have the class for the diploma college. Okay. And the diploma colleges will create the object of diploma college class, and the name, this field is same. The courses are same, but the sports function name is same, but the body is different from the degree college. Okay. So that is the structure for your education management system. Now for the reusability purpose, you will create the above university class in your application, so that all the common courses, common methods and the duplicate courses can be deleted from here, from the child classes, and that that inheritance is used for that thing. The second thing is a structural problem is there, which is solved by making the university class as the abstract class. Now listen very carefully the use of keeping abstract methods. Okay, so by keeping this sports as the abstract method in university class, we can force all the college classes to must implement this sports method in their colleges. Okay, now whether the college wants to implement football, cricket, athletics, etc., whatever sports, that's up to them, but they must have some kinds of sports activity which is now mandated by the university. So the whole point is, by placing abstract methods in the parent class, you are setting a contract or rules for the child class to implement. Now you may ask, why to keep the abstract method? Okay, keep the abstract method in the parent class. We can just create the fresh new concrete sports method here in the child classes, right? Why to just keep a single line of code there in the parent? See, if you will not place the abstract method in the parent class, then there may be a chance that a new software developer in your project who is creating a new class like Polytechnic class, okay, and he will extend the university class, but he might forget the sports method to create in the Polytechnic college class. Okay, because then that is not mandatory, right? And or maybe he will create the sports method in the Polytechnic class, but with a different name, like play sports or sports games, something, but not the sports. So that is a possibility. And in large application, that will create the inconsistency problem. Okay, so by having abstract methods in the base class, in the parent class, you can mandate the child classes, alright, to implement those methods, and that will be more structured and more organized way. Alright, this is the whole idea of the existence of the abstract class and abstract methods. Here is the final conclusion also. Abstract class is a good choice when you are sure some methods are concrete, must be implemented in the same way in all derived class, but some methods can be abstract in the parent class and can be implemented differently by implementing classes. So some methods can be different, so that's why they are just placed as the abstract method in the parent class. Okay, so great, that is the answer to this question. Now in the upcoming question, I will also explain interface, whose role is also a bit similar to this abstract class. What are interfaces in Java? How to implement them? let's first quickly see the code for how to implement interfaces. Then we will understand when we need them in our applications. Alright. So here is the way to implement interfaces by using the interface keyword in front of the interface. Okay. So very simple, instead of class, use interface keyword. Then inside it, we can declare the abstract methods without the bodies like this. Okay. And remember, by default, the access specifier here will be public. Okay. So for these abstract methods, so there is no need to mention it here. And also there is no keyword required here, like abstract or something keyword is not required. So this is our complete simple interface. Now let's see a class that is implementing this university interface. Okay, so here is our college class, and how to implement the interface? By using the implements keyword university. Alright, and as I said, then you have must to implement the abstract methods, otherwise it is showing the error because it is mandatory for them. So like this you can implement the courses abstract method, and like this you can implement the sports abstract method of the interface. And then you can as usual create the object of this college class and use it as usual as we call the methods. So this is the code of interface, which is very easy. The same code I have pasted in the book also here, and here is the simplest definition of interface. Interface contains abstract methods which must be implemented in the implementing class. Okay, very simple. Now there are two more points about interfaces. First is, interfaces define a contract for implementing classes. Okay, that I will explain in upcoming question what is a contract actually. And second is, multiple inheritance via interfaces is possible. That I already explained in previous questions when I explained multiple inheritance. You can revisit that question also. And finally here I have illustrated actually how the interface looks like university and how we implement it in for the college class. How we must implement the methods, the abstract methods of the interface in the implemented class. Now in the upcoming question, I will explain how interfaces are like contracts and when to use interfaces in our applications. When to use interfaces in real application. Very important question, and believe me, interfaces are very important for enterprise level big application. And yes, the answer is 70% similar to the abstract classes only. But because this is very important, therefore I am re-explaining it quickly with the same example. Okay, so you do not have to do extra efforts. Just listen. So suppose again we have to make an application for the education management system, and here we make a college class. Okay, degree college class, and inside that we have two methods, courses and sports. Alright, both are defined. Similarly, we have a diploma college class with the same name methods, courses and sports, but the body, the content is different this time from the degree college. Okay. Now in a big education management system, there can be many type of colleges, and you can realize that courses and sports must be a part of college. Okay. So therefore you create a university. Okay. And in the university, it's like a interface. There only the abstract methods are declared, not defined. Only the declaration is there. Meaning both courses and sports without any body. Body is not there. Now you may ask, what is the benefit of keeping these abstract methods here? Because after all, at last we have to define them in the child classes. Okay. So there is no code reusability also. And even if you remove this interface university, the college class will still work, right? So why this complexity? And yes, you are correct, we can remove the interface, but listen carefully. Interface is like a contract. Okay, contract are like rules, meaning the university will say, okay, every college that want our affiliation must have the courses and sports in them. Now, what will be the exact courses, what will be the sports, that is the college choice, but college must have them. Therefore, to force these methods, the university will keep these courses and sports contract as a template ready as the abstract methods. Okay. See, if university will not keep these abstract methods, then a new developer might miss these methods and in some another polytechnic college class if they are creating, right? Or a new developer will mistakenly create some the same sports courses method with some new names like play courses, do courses. So that will create the inconsistency problem in large application, and later this is problem will be like readability for other developers also, a structure problem. Okay, so contract are something present in every industry. For example, all banks in India follows the guidelines and contracts defined by the RBI, right? So RBI is like interface which is setting the contract or rules for the banks. Great, that's all. And here is the conclusion. An interface can be used to define contracts, which is implementing class must implement. This will make classes more modular and structured. Now, after completing this, the next question is one of the most important questions for Java interviews. What is the difference between abstract class and interface, right? So let's explore that. What are the differences between an abstract class and an interface? At least 4 differences. Very important question, that's why 4. Okay, here I will show you the code side by side, then show you the difference one by one. On the left side, we have one interface with all abstract methods, and then we are implementing that interface down here. Okay, and then on the right side, we have the code of the abstract class with one concrete method courses and one abstract method, and then we are just extending that abstract class here. Alright, now let's see the differences between them. The simplest difference is interfaces are defined by using the interface keyword. Okay, whereas abstract classes are defined by using the abstract keyword. Don't miss this kind of simple differences. They are very easy to say, right? Second difference is that interface supports multiple inheritance. Yes, here you can put multiple interfaces, you can implement multiple interfaces. But abstract class does not support multiple inheritance. You cannot extend more than one base class, abstract class. Okay, so that is the difference. Next difference is in interfaces, methods are implicitly abstract. What does it mean is, here you do not have to write the abstract keyword in the interfaces. Okay, no keyword is required. Whereas in abstract classes, you have to use the abstract keyword to make a method abstract. Okay. Next difference is interfaces cannot have constructors, right? Whereas an abstract class can have the constructor. Yes, it is possible in abstract class. Now you may ask, when we can't create the object of the interfaces and abstract class, then why do we need constructors for abstract class? So that I will explain in upcoming questions in constructors maybe, but yes, I will explain. And the last difference is interfaces can have default methods, and abstract class cannot have default methods. Again, default methods I will explain shortly in the upcoming question. Okay, great. These are the 5 or 6 differences I think, and in the next slide I have written all of them in the book. What is the similarity and then what are the 5 differences, and that will be then very easier for you to revise later. Hi friends, for revision purpose, either you can take the answers screenshot from this video only, or you can download the complete book or complete course from the link given in the description. What are default methods? When should I use default methods? This is a new but not so new feature in interfaces. Let me explain with the help of code. Okay, for example, you have an interface vehicle and there is an abstract method inside it which is start. Okay, now in addition to this abstract method, you can also have a default method like this inside an interface. Now, 2 things about this default method. First, they are declared by using this default keyword. Okay. Second, these default methods have a body. Alright. Default mean that is the default implementation we call. So same like we have the implementation in the concrete methods in abstract classes. Okay. So now you may ask, then this interface is similar to an abstract class with some abstract methods and some with the default and concrete implementation, right? So what is the difference? Now let me explain why default methods are introduced in interfaces. See, in very big applications, initially they created interfaces, which is a very good choice due to its multiple inheritance feature and for other reasons also for unit testing. But some application owners or developers later realized that they needed 1 or 2 concrete methods inside some interface. Okay, they realized later. And here is the twist. Now to provide some concrete methods in the interfaces, they must convert their interfaces to abstract classes. Because before default methods, concrete methods were not allowed in Java in interfaces. And changing an interface to an abstract class will lead to many code changes in the application. Getting my point? So basically in every child class you have to replace the extents with the implements, with the implement with extents, because you are using abstract class and then abstract keywords, then testing efforts will be there. In short, changing an interface to an abstract class is a huge impacting task. Therefore, default methods are introduced so that there is no need to change an interface to an abstract class for a single small concrete method, adding concrete method. So that is the purpose of the default methods. And yes, a very important point here. As a developer, when you start your application, if concrete methods are required in your class, then use abstract class only. Okay. If you are using interfaces, then do not start with the default methods. That is not the purpose of default methods. Don't start. Later, due to any compulsion, if it is required, then to minimize the efforts, you can use the default methods. So in interfaces. Okay. Great. That is the story. And now either we can implement this interfaces in the same way you already know in your main method, create the object and all that. Now I have pasted the same code in my book also. Here above is the default method and below is the main method, the implemented car class and the implementation basically. So it's the same thing. And again, here is the answer, the definition of the default methods, then why the actual purpose of the default methods. So that is necessary for your revision from the book if you want. Very short question here. can you create an instance or an object of an abstract class or interface? The answer is no. Creating instance of an abstract class and interface is not possible, and that is the short answers to this question. You already know this, just for revision. Do abstract class can have constructors, and what is the use of that constructor? See, this is a constructor related question, so if you are new to constructors, then cover it after this question, after the constructor section, okay? But if you have some idea of constructors, so let's move forward and check out the code. So here you can see we have a abstract class vehicle with a constructor, okay? The name of the constructor must be same as the name of the class. That is the rule, okay? So the answer is yes, abstract class can have constructors. Now the question is, what is the use of this abstract class constructor? Because anyway we are not going to create the object of this vehicle abstract class. That is not possible, right? So when will this constructor will be called? Okay, because constructor will be called when the object will be created normally. But now let me show you the child class of this abstract class. So here is the car class, which is basically extending from the vehicle abstract base class. Alright, and here is the constructor of this car class only. Okay, with me? Now let's create the object of this car class in the main class, basically in the client or main class, you can say it. Okay, now here we have the main method in the main class as the client. Now we will create the object of the car class. My car is the object, like this. Now when you create the object of the car class, constructor of the car class will be automatically called, right? That is the concept of the constructor. But listen carefully. If this child class, car class, is extending from any abstract base class where there is the constructor which we have, right? Then before executing the constructor of the child car class, the constructor of the parent or base class will be fired or executed. So that is the rule. Base class constructor always fired first and then the child class constructor. For example, if here I execute this main.java file like this, now here in the output you can see we have the vehicle constructor, which is where? Here in the constructor of the base class, and car constructor line is coming from the constructor of the child class. So that is the whole idea of having the constructor in the base class or abstract class. By using constructor in base class, you can initialize some fields or variables which are present in your base or abstract class which you want to initialize. Okay, so great. That is the whole story, the explanation of having the base class abstract class constructor. Now the same code I have pasted here in the book, the abstract class, the child class, and how the constructors are called in the main method. Okay, and that is also same thing is explained here also. Whatever I have explained, that is just like a single statement. Now in the upcoming question we will check, do interface have constructors or not? Very short question here. Do interfaces have a constructors? And the answer is very simple. Here is the code and the answer is no. An interface cannot have a constructor. If you try, then like this you will get the compile time error. Okay, so I also written the answer here. So interfaces cannot have constructor. Okay, very short answer. When to use the interface and when the abstract classes in real application. So this is like a revision question, a very theoretical question. I am just concluding some points here, no code. and mostly I already explained. Okay, just a revision. So when should we use interfaces, and here are the top 3 reasons. An interface can be used to define contracts with the implementing class must implement the methods, the contracts. Okay, will make classes more modular and structured. Your project actually. Interface is a good choice when you know you have methods to be there, but it can be implemented differently by different classes. Okay. Third reason when to use interface. Interface do separation of concerns, and because of that unit testing is very much simpler. So mocking objects, all these things are very easy if you have interfaces. Alright, now when to use abstract classes, and here is the reason. Abstract class is a good choice when you are sure some methods are concrete, defined, and must be implemented in the same way in all derived classes, and some methods are abstract and can be implemented differently by implementing them in the classes. So as you can see here, interfaces have more and more advantages. Therefore, mostly we prefer interfaces because they give us the flexibility to modify the behavior, the methods at the later stage. Okay, and they also provide complete abstraction, and also they help in unit testing. So that is the answer to this question, and I hope now you have clear about what are interfaces and what are all the things about it. Okay, so great. And in upcoming question I will show you what is the difference between abstraction and abstract class, which you might be already knowing also. How to achieve abstraction? What is the difference between abstraction and abstract class? 2 ways to achieve abstraction, and here are they: by interfaces and by using abstract class. Now here is the interface code. Interface is university is the interface, and 2 abstract methods are there. Okay, now see, interfaces are the example of complete abstractions because method are shown here but their implementation is completely hidden. Interfaces. Okay, any client or candidate who want to take admission in the university will know that the university have sports and courses, but who will teach those courses, who will teach the sports, all those complex details are hidden. Okay, and any developer also they can see there are sports courses, but the internal implementation is hidden. So that's why it is complete abstraction. The next is the abstract class example here, and this is a kind of partial abstraction because some of the methods are abstract, like this sports is abstract, but the courses is a concrete and it's a non-abstract method. So that's why it's partial abstraction. Alright, next question is difference between abstraction and abstract class, and here is the answer. See, abstraction is a broader concept for hiding complex implementation details and showing only the essential features, whereas abstract class is a practical way to implement abstraction in coding. Okay, so one is a concept and another way is the way of implementing that concept. One way, another way is interface, another way, there can be ways. So that is the answer to this question. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Inside the classes, the most important default member is constructor. Without a constructor, object creation is not possible, okay, of the class. So here 4 questions are like very basic, the first 4, and must to know questions about the constructor. Okay, and after that questions like constructor chaining, copy constructor, extra are like some advanced questions on constructors for slightly experienced candidates. Okay, so again the list of questions is long, but some questions have even one word answer. Okay, alright, so without wasting time, let's start with the first question. What is constructor in Java? Let me quickly explain with the help of code. Suppose you have a car class like this. Then inside the class you can define a constructor something like this. Okay. See, constructor is just a function only, but it is a special kind of function. For example, square is a special kind of rectangle because all its sides are equal. Okay. Similar way, constructor is a special kind of function. Now, why special and what is the difference between a constructor and a normal function? First thing is, the name of the constructor and the name of the class must be exactly same, whereas the normal function names are different. You know it. Okay. Second difference is, when inside the main method or inside any other class, when you create the object of the class like this, then, now listen carefully, the above constructor will be automatically called. But for normal functions, you have to use this object, then dot and then name of the function. Okay. But now I will if run the program, then you can see my car here which is coming from the constructor. That means by just creating the object, you are calling the constructor. You do not have to do anything else. Okay, so that is the basic idea of the constructor, and the same code I have pasted here in the book also, and here few points to remember about constructor which I already explained. So first, a constructor is a special type of method that is called when the object of the class is created. No doubt. Second, a constructor has the same name as the class and does not have any return type, does not have, not even void. This is one extra point. Okay. Now in the upcoming question, we will explore the types of constructors which are very important. Okay. What are the types of constructor? What is a default constructor? See, there are mainly three types of constructor. First is default constructor, then parameterized constructor, and then copy constructor. Okay, that is one answer. Second is, what is default constructor? See, if you create a class like this, car class, blank car class, nothing inside that, and even if you are not writing any constructor code inside, okay, now listen carefully. When you run this program, then the JVM or just-in-time compiler at runtime will automatically create a blank constructor like this inside this car class. Okay, so this is the default constructor, we call it. So it is automatically created, that's why it is called default. Okay, so that is about default constructor, and here is the definition of default constructor. A default constructor in Java is a constructor which is automatically provided by Java if no other constructors are explicitly defined. Meaning, if you will define some constructor here by using this car, then Java will not create the constructor. It will find that okay, that it is already there, then it will not create the default constructor. Okay, so that is the answer to this question. Now in upcoming question we will see what is parameterized constructor. Okay, what is parameterized constructor, when to use it in real applications? So here is the second type of constructor, parameterized constructor. Now let me show you the code of this parameterized constructor. Here is a class, we have employee class, and inside that we have a field or variable, you can say name. Alright, then here is the getter method of this class, and I already explained the getter and the setter methods in previous question. I hope you remember it. Okay, then after that here is our main method, or in other class also you can create the object of this employee class like this. You already know this. Alright, now listen carefully, the important reason for creating the constructor in our applications. Okay, basically we use constructors or write constructor mostly to initialize the class field values. Okay, initialize these class field values. Meaning, suppose we want, whenever we create the object of the class like this, at the same point of time we can initialize the value of the field also. So for that, what we will do, we will pass the value of the field like this inside the class name when we are creating the object. Okay, so that is one thing. Now after this you can see this error because the constructor is not present. So we will create the constructor and we pass the parameter. So this happy will be received here in this constructor parameter, and this is the parameterized constructor because it has the parameters. Okay, default constructor do not have parameters. All right, now we will set the value of the field by the parameter which we received from the parameter like this. And this I already explained how we do it with this keyword when I explained this keyword. So basically this keyword refers to the class instance, so it will refers to this name. Okay, and assign the value to the name which is received from the parameter. Okay, so that is the reason why we create constructors, parameterized constructors, to initialize the fields values. Alright, now if I print the field value like this, emp.getName by using the getter method, then if I run the program, see the field value name is printed here, happy, because it is set by the constructor. Normally we set by the setter methods, but yes, sometimes we have to set it by the constructors also. Okay, great. That is the whole story of the parameterized constructor. Now the same thing, the same code I have pasted here, and after that I have also pasted the definition. A parameterized constructor is a constructor with parameters, and here is the use. It is used to initialize the specific field values of the class provided during object creation. So that is the use of the parameterized constructor. What is constructor overloading? When to use it in real applications? For this, I hope you already aware about the constructor and method overloading concepts and parameterized constructor also. Okay, and if not, then please refer to my previous questions. Now let's understand constructor overloading concept with the help of the code. Okay, suppose you have a rectangle class like this with two private fields. One is width and one is height. After that, here is one parameterized constructor because it have parameters. Alright, where we are assigning the values of the fields by the parameter. Okay, now after that, here is our main method, or in some other class we can create the object of the rectangle class something like this and pass the arguments 10 and 20, which will be received by the rectangle and the fields value will be set. Alright, then we will just calculate the area by rectangle dot width multiplied by rectangle dot height, and the output will be 200. Okay, so up until here you already know. Now we will start with the constructor overloading concept. So now what happens, the same constructor rectangle we can overload like this. Overload, you know, right, where we will change the parameters. Above the parameters are 2, here the parameter is only 1, but it's a constructor only. Now the requirement is we can use the rectangle class, we can enhance the ability of this rectangle class. Okay, how? Now we will use the rectangle class to calculate the area of the square also by using the constructor overloading. So for that we created this constructor, and now here we will pass just the side because the sides width and height of square are same, right? Now how we will use this? The same way, we will create the instance of the rectangle class square and we will pass just one side value, which will be received here in the constructor. And finally, we can multiply or calculate the area by square dot width into square dot height, and you will get the expected result if you will run the program. So the whole point is we can basically enhance the functionality of a class by using the constructor overloading. Okay, so earlier this class was only able to calculate the area of rectangle, but by now constructor overloading we can calculate the area of square also. Alright, so now here I have pasted the whole code, and here is the very easy to remember definition. Constructor overloading is the concept of having multiple constructors within the same class, each with a different parameter list. And here is the use also. Constructor overloading enhances the usability of classes by providing multiple ways to initialize objects based on varying requirements and input parameters. Alright, that is the answer to this question. What is constructor chaining? I hope before this you already understand the concept of constructor overloading, which I already explained in previous questions. Now let's understand this with the help of the code. So here is a vehicle class with a private field brand. Okay, and then we have a vehicle parameterized constructor to set the value of the field brand. Then we have a parameterless overloaded constructor also here, and then we have a getter method to get the private field brand value like this. Okay, now from inside the main method we can create the object of the vehicle class like this. But see, here we are not called the parameterized constructor to initialize the value of field brand. We are calling the default constructor, the parameterless constructor, right? Now listen carefully. Then how we will set the value of the brand, the field value. When we create the object of the vehicle, this parameterless constructor will be called. And inside this, we can use this keyword like this to call the parameterized constructor. Yes, this keyword refers to the class instance and it can be used to set the class fields values, and this keyword can also be used to call the other class constructors. What we are doing here, if you pass two arguments here, then it will call a constructor with two parameters, and here we are calling just one argument. We have just one argument, then it will call this, and inside this parameterized constructor, here this value will be received in the parameter, and inside the value of the field will be set. So that is constructor chaining, where we are calling one constructor from another constructor. Okay, now inside the main method you can print the value of the vehicle get brand, and you will get the result as usual. The Honda as the output will be printed, which was as expected. So that is constructor chaining, and now the same code I have pasted here also in the book, and then I have written the definition also, which is the conclusion. Constructor chaining is the process of one constructor calling another constructor from the same class. Okay, great, that is constructor chaining. Now in the upcoming question we will also look copy constructors, which is again a very advanced concept of constructors. What is a copy constructor? For this, I hope you already know the parameterized and the default constructors. Okay, now by name itself you can imagine the copy constructor. A copy constructor is a copy of an existing constructor. Okay, always remember this. Now let's understand with the help of the code. Here is a student class with a private field name, and here is our normal parameterized constructor by which we are setting the field value. Okay, then here is the getter method for that field by which the field value will be get. Now here is our main method inside which we are creating the object of the student class and then passing the field value as the argument so that the parameterized constructor will receive this value and set the field value. So until here I covered all this in previous questions, right? There should not be any confusion. Now listen carefully. Suppose you want to create a student object too, like this. You see, this is another object of the student class only, but you are creating this student object by passing the first object as the parameter. That is like the use of copy constructor. So we are basically passing the object as the parameter. Okay, now for this you will first create an overload of the student constructor. So this is an overloaded constructor and it is also an copy constructor because it is accepting instance of the same class as an object. Okay, and here you are receiving the student object in this other parameter, and then from this other parameter you are getting the name and which you are assigning to the student object. So this is the copy constructor. Finally, inside the main method, like this, you can get the value for from both the normal constructor and from the copy constructor. If I run the application now, then here you can see the name. It is from the normal constructor and it is from the copy constructor. So that is the whole idea of the copy constructor, and then the same code I have printed here also. And two conclusions about copy constructor. First is a copy constructor is used to create a new object as a copy of an existing object. Second, a copy constructor typically accepts an instance of the same class as the parameter. Okay, no, not this one. Okay, student object. Now you might ask, what is the use of copying an object like this? Like, because this is of no use, you are thinking, right? But when to use copy constructors, that I will explain you in the upcoming question. When to use copy constructor in real applications. So here is the copy constructor which I explained. Here is the code of the copy constructor I explained in the previous question. See, in normal scenarios like this, for normal objects, copy constructor is not required. Okay, because this student object is very simple, just one field here, name, and nothing else. Okay, and one getter method here. But sometimes the objects are very complex in big application, especially they can have many fields like array fields, collection fields, etc. So at that time, creating new objects every time and then setting all the fields can be a very complex task. So if you have an existing object, then you can use the copy constructors for deep copying those complex existing objects. Okay, so for example, clone behaviors can be implemented, cloning can be done. So that is the reason why sometimes we need copy constructors, mostly in big applications only. Okay, and here I have written the same thing. Copy constructors are used for deep copying complex object. Example for implementing the clone behaviors. Great. That is the answer to this question, and I hope it's clear to you now. A very small and tricky question here. Can a constructor have a return type? Think for a second, you know the answer, but yes, here it is. No, constructor do not have a return type, not even void. You can try it. This will show the compile time error. Okay, it is not allowed. Again, a very short question just for revision. What will happen if no constructor is defined inside the class? You know the answer. Yes, if no constructor is explicitly defined, then JVM of Java will automatically create the default constructor for it. Okay, and the same thing is written here also, which is the answer of this question. What is the role of super keyword? Let's quickly understand with the help of the code. Suppose you have a super class like this with a constructor inside it. Now remember that superclass, parent class and base class are same things. Then there is another subclass which is extending from the superclass, which is a base class. Now here also, and also remember that child class, derived class and subclass are same thing. Now here is also the constructor present in the child class or subclass also. Okay. Then here is the main method, and now we are creating the object of the subclass. Okay. Now when you create the object of the subclass, then what will happen? The constructor of the subclass will be called. Now if you want to call the constructor of the base class also before the child class, then you have to put the super keyword something like this. Okay, and this will execute the superclass constructor first and then this subclass constructor. So if I run the program, you can see the first is coming from the superclass and then it is coming from the subclass. Then it is printed. Second is this. Okay, so this is the use of the super keyword. Okay, but remember, yes, super keyword, you do not have to write it, because if you will not write it, even then JVM will automatically place this keyword here accordingly. So you do not have to worry about it, but you should know it that okay, it's happening. It's the story of the super keyword. Okay, great. Now the same code I have pasted here, and here's the definition. Super keyword is used to call the constructor of the superclass from subclass constructor, but it is optional to write. Okay, so this will basically help you in faster revision for your interviews from the book. Hi friends, for revision purpose, either you can take the answers screenshot from this video only, or you can download the complete book or complete course from the link given in the description. Great, and congratulations on finishing the previous chapter. Remember, if you have the interview cracking skill, then you will never be scared of any interview, any recession, any bad appraisal, switching jobs or anything else. Alright. So now in this chapter, we will focus on a string and a string builder, because that is very important from interview point of view. And after watching these questions, you will never have any doubt about the string and string builder. Okay, so let's start and finish them quickly. And yes, if any question is too easy for you, then just increase the playback speed of the video. What is string builder? What is the difference between string and string builder? This is a very important question from interview point of view. I will explain string builder by comparing it with string. Okay, see, both string and string builder are inbuilt classes provided by Java. Now I will show you the code side by side and show you the differences. Here is the code of the string class. Okay, and here what we are doing, we have a variable string literal str. Then we are modifying this str by adding the str plus happy. So basically we are adding some text to the existing string. Okay, now the value of the str will be interview happy. Okay, similarly on the right side we have the string builder example. Here string builder object sp, first we are assigning it to interview, and then to this object we are appending or adding happy. Means again the final value of the sp object will be interview happy. Now the question is, what is the difference? Okay, the difference is string is immutable and string builder is mutable. So what is immutable and mutable? See, string is immutable because its value can't be changed. Now from outside you will say that okay, the value has been changed, right? But internally, inside the Java memory, the story is different. Here if you see, inside the memory, the first variable str has a different location, okay, and the second variable str will be have a different location. All right, meaning every time you modify this str variable inside the memory, a new variable will be created. Okay, so that also means that once a string is created, it cannot be changed, and that's why we call string is immutable. They can't be changed. All right, now let's see how the string builder is mutable. Now see, string build also, this SBI object is also modifying the existing object, right? But here if you see in the memory, the variable present at the same location, only the value is updated to the new value interview happy. No new object is created, no separate location is required. So that is why string builder is mutable. Mutable means things which can be modified. Okay, so that is the difference between them, and whatever I have explained, I have written here in the very simple terms so that later you can easily revise. And now in the upcoming question, I will explain when to use a string and when to use a string builder in your real applications. Okay, when to use a string and when to use a string builder in real applications. I already covered the differences between them in previous question, and here is the example which I explained for showing the differences, how a string is immutable and a string builder is mutable. Okay, now here is the simple answer when to use a string class in your project. Use a string for constant values, because strings are lightweight and therefore improve performance. Constant values means literals or variables with single values, or at most you are not changing those values frequently. Okay, 2-3 times only you are changing, then string are better because they are slightly lightweight. Okay, now when to use string builder? Here is the answer. Use a string builder when concatenation of strings or modifying a string frequently. Concatenating the or modifying the string frequently. Meaning, if you are frequently modifying a string more than 5 times, 10 times, then better to use a string builder. Okay. So that's the answer to this question, and in upcoming question I will explain what is the concept of string pool in Java. What is the concept of a string pool in Java? This is a memory related question for a string. See, the memory for Java acts differently for string literals and for other objects or variables. For example, here you can see the main method. Okay, and inside that we have s1, s2, s3 as the string literals. Okay, now in the Java memory, all s1, s2, s3 string literals will be present inside the string pool. Okay, so this area is called string constant pool also. It's a separate location in the Java memory. Now listen carefully. What happens when you create the string variable, then Java memory assigns some memory to it, some location, okay, at some address. But when you create third, fourth string variables, for example s2, then Java first check this string pool that whether the same value is already present with some existing variable, and if yes, then Java will assign the same memory location to the s2 also. Okay, so that is the thing. Now, but if a new string literal, for example s3, with a new value, different value interview will be created, then Java will assign a new location, but inside the string pool only, not outside. Okay, so remember, string pools is only for string literals. Okay, And suppose you are creating any other type of variable or object. For example, here S4 we are creating, this is a different way of creating a string. So this is not a string literal, it's a string object. Then a separate memory which is outside of the string pool will be created, and here it will be assigned. Okay, and that is the answer to this question. And finally, I have written all the details about the string pool in Java, which I just now explained to you. So this will basically help you in revision from the book. What is the difference between equal to and equals method for comparing a string? Let me explain with the help of the code. See, here is a string literal with value happy, and then here is a string object with the same value happy. Okay, now double equal to is used like this. Okay, like this, to compare the references. Okay, meaning the locations of str1 and str2 will be compared. But here you can see str1 will be in the string pool, if you remember, and str2 is outside. Okay, so that's why if I run this program, then this result will be false because their locations are not equal. Okay, so that is about double equal to. Now the equals compares the value of variables values, not the references. Therefore here is the equals method, and now if I run the application, then you can see the values are same. Yes, happy same. That's why this will return true. Okay, so that is the story, and I have pasted the same code here. I also pointed out how their locations are different in memory. Then I have written the answer. Double equal to compare references of objects, and equals compares the actual contents of objects. Okay, so that is the answer to this question. What are the important methods of the string class? So in real applications, we use many string class in inbuilt methods provided by Java. So basically these methods help us to do different operations on strings, so which simplifies our development actually. So let me show you the code here. For example, you have two strings, str1 and str2. Okay, now if you want to know the length of the string 1, then you can use directly the string1.length method, and if you print the length, then you will see the length of the interview string1 is 9. Okay, you can count the characters also. Then the next method is concat method. Concat method is used to concatenate the string1, and inside the bracket you can pass anything that will be concatenated to string 1. So string 1 is interview, string 2 is happy. If I run the program, then here you can see the result will be interview happy. Okay, this is the concat method. Now the next method is substring. Now this is a very important method and used in many applications. Okay, what happens here in the parameters? First of all, what is result? Result above is interview happy. Okay, now dot substring, and then in the parameters we have to pass the start index and the ending index, which is 5 and 9, and the final substring result will be the characters in between those two indexes 5 and 9. And if I run the application, then view that is from 5 to 9 in interview happy. Okay, getting my point? So that is how substring works. Between the two index, it finds the exact string. Now the next method is index of. So we have the result string interview happy and the index of this particular character h, which is here in the interview happy. I think it should be 11. Yeah, output I have written. So yes, it will be 11 in the output. Okay. So going very fast, I know, but they are simple methods. Okay. Then we have the equals, which I already explained in previous question also. Basically, this is used to compare the value of two string. One is str1 interview and another is str2, which is happy. So yes, obviously they are not equal. So if I run the program, then the result will be false. Okay. So this is like the fifth method, and I think there are many more method, but I think for now these are enough. And here in the PowerPoint I have shown the whole code, and here also I have mentioned their purpose in the comments, if you see, and the output also in the comments, so that later if you revise, then you don't face any problem in understanding them if you are revising. Keep going, and never ever give up on your goals. In this chapter, we will cover questions about arrays. Maybe you are already familiar with some of these questions about the arrays, but I recommend that a one-time revision is very important to gain more confidence. Okay, and maybe you will get more pointers about the arrays in these questions. Okay, so without wasting time, let's start with the first question. What is an array? Why do we need arrays in real applications? So why we need arrays? See, in application, one very important task is to manage and handle lots of data. Suppose this is the data in your application, okay? But this data is unstructured, because normally we have to hold each data and every piece of data in multiple variables. Okay, some are integer types, double types, and different data types are there. Now to make this data structured and well organized like this, Java provide us with a data type called arrays. See, like this. So now listen carefully. With the help of the arrays, we can group the related data together. Okay, the related data will be in a group in a single array. So now there are only 4 or 5 arrays which are enough to maintain or organize a huge amount of data, right? So this is well managed and well organized way. Okay, so that is the benefit of array also. And yes, you can put one category of data in one array. For example, this is the array example of the arrays. These fruits, this is a category. Now in the array elements, you will have apple, banana, orange, and the array index will be 0, 1, 2. So what is array index? Index is like the location of the element in an array. Okay, index generally starts from 0 and then it is 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, depending on the number of elements you have in a single array. Okay, so great, that is the brief idea of an array. And finally, here is the definition. An array is a data type that allows you to store multiple values in a single variable. Okay, and here is the use of array. Arrays are used to store related data in a structured way. Array also enables sequential access via indexes. Okay, now in upcoming question I will show you how to declare, initialize and implement array, which is very simple. How to declare and initialize an array. How to access array elements. So here is the array with array elements and array index, which we will implement in the code. So let's go to the code. Here is the class array example. Inside that we have the main method, and then like this you can declare and initialize an array of strings. Okay, so basically first, this is the type, the data type. So all the elements of this array will be of data type string. Okay, then we have this is like an array we denote array with this square brackets. Okay, you have to put it. Then the name of the array is here, and this is called array declaration on the left hand side. Then on the right side we have the elements of the array inside the curly braces, and this complete will be called the array initialization. Okay, so this is how we do the assignment of array elements to the array variable, and how we declare and initialize the array in a single line. Okay, now suppose you want to access or print this second element of this array. For that, something like this you have to do. So the array name, and then inside the square bracket you have to pass the index of that element. And then if I run the program, then you know orange will be there. Orange, yes, because indexes will be like this is 0, this is 1, and orange is the 2. So orange will be the output. Okay, so this is how we declare and initialize the array, and then how we access a single element of the array. Now in the upcoming question I will show you quickly how to iterate the elements of the array. Here is a very short question. What is the length property of an array? So if we go to code and see, here is the same array fruits. Okay, now the length property of an array is used to determine the number of elements in that array. So for example, here fruits dot length. By this we will get the number of elements in this array, and if we run this program, then we know the output will be 3 because there are 3 elements in our array. Okay, sweet and simple, but this is very much used. That's why I am telling you. I can't assume that you already know that. So that is the answer to this question. How do you iterate over an array in Java? So let me quickly show you the code. Here is the string array, the same array of the fruits. Okay, now if you want to iterate means one by one you have to print all the array elements. For that, most of basic technique is by using the loop, and mostly we use the for loop. Okay, we will start from the element 0 which is present at the index equal to 0, and then we will go to the fruit length, which means the maximum this element length will be 3, but we are considering this less than, so it will count only up to index 2. Okay, that's why less than. Okay, and then we will increment. That is the rule of for loop. So inside the for loop we will use the fruits array, and here we will pass 0, 1, 2 as the index, and then these will be the output, which will be printed as the output here also. In the output you can see it's very easy. So basically by using the for loop and the index of the array, we can iterate over the array. And the same thing, I have same code actually I have put here in the book also. Congratulations on completing the last chapter. Now we will start covering the questions on exception handling. Mostly the questions are here from the try, catch and finally block in a step-by-step manner. Even if you are new to them, still you will easily understand them. And if you are experienced in them, then just sit and watch and revise them. Okay, so let's start with the first question of this chapter. Hi friends, for revision purpose, either you can take the answers screenshot from this video only, or you can download the complete book or complete course from the link given in the description. What is exception handling? How to implement exception handling in Java? Very important question. Let's understand what is an exception and how to do exception handling with the help of code example. Here is the main method. Okay, and inside we have an array of numbers inside it. Okay, the type is integer and we have 3 elements inside it. Now suppose we try to access the 4th element of this array like this with index 3. Okay, 0, 1, 2. We have only 3 elements and we are trying to reach fourth element at third index. Now when you run this application, obviously you will get the array, which is like this: array index out of bound, index 3 out, because fourth element is not present in the array. Now the end user will also see this technical error or technical web page, and it's a very bad user experience and bad for security also. And mostly as a developer, you will never know what and when the error has occurred, so that you can fix it, right? So to resolve this issue, we use exception handling. All right, now listen carefully. Error management or exception handling means capturing the errors and properly handling them. For that, first we will put all your code which you want to manage inside the try block like this using the try keyword. Okay, then put the catch block below it, below the try block. Okay, so what will happen if there will be any error here inside the try block at any particular line, then immediately that the execution will be transferred to the catch block. Okay, and inside the catch block you can do anything, like you can print the message, you can log the message, you can properly handle the error. Okay, now if I run the code, now you can see this is the method which we want to show to the user. This can be anything, you can change it here. So that is the benefit of try and catch, and that is how try catch block works, using the keywords try and catch. Okay, now the same code I have pasted in the book also, and here I have written the simplest definition of the exception handling. It is exception handling in object programming is used to manage errors, and then I have explained what is try block and what is catch block, which I already explained, just written here so that it can help you in revision. Now there is one more keyword which is very important, and that is finally, and that I will quickly explain you how it works in the upcoming question. Okay, what is the role of finally block in exception handling? So after covering try catch block in previous question, now let's explore finally block. Let's go to the code, and this is the code of try and catch which I explained when I explained the try and catch to you. Okay, now if you notice, here is one end statement at the end of this try block, right? But if an error will occur here at this line, then what will happen? Immediately the execution will be transferred to this catch block. So this end statement will never execute it. Now listen carefully. If you want some statement must be executed whether the error occurred or not occurred, for that you can use the finally block like this. Okay, and you can put the code inside the finally block which will definitely execute whether the error occur or not, doesn't matter. Okay, for example, let's execute this code, and in the output you can see first we are getting the error from the catch block, and then the finally block statement executed. So that is the whole point of having the finally block. And here I have pasted the same code and written the definition of the finally block also. And in the upcoming question now, I will also explain some scenarios in real application when we really wanted the finally block, because that is very important when to use the finally block in real applications, right? When should we use finally in real applications? Okay, so finally block I already explained, and here is the illustration of finally block. So if you are running your program or code, then if there is no exception, then what will happen? At the end of the try block, the execution will be transferred to the finally block. And here is the second scenario. If there is any error, then from the try block, the execution will go to the catch block and then to finally block. So that we already know, I hope. Now the question is, what kind of scenarios in the real application when we should put this finally block. And here is the answer. Finally block is mostly used for cleaning up the resources. Cleaning up resources, for example, if you want to close DB connections, or the closing input output resources, or for logging purpose. So out of this, let me explain the closing DB connection, and rest are same. See, if you are opening and making some database connection at the beginning of the try block and to do some database operation, insertion something, then to make sure when your database operation is complete, then the connection must be closed at the end. You have to make sure that, okay? Now otherwise what will happen if you will not close? Unnecessarily connection will remain open and in the connection pool, and that will impact your application performance, right? So if you close the connection dot, if you write the connection dot close command at the end of the try block, then maybe some error will come in try block in between, in middle of code, and the execution will be transferred to the catch block. So your connection dot close command at the end of try block will not be executed and your connection will remain open. Therefore, write down the connection close command inside the finally block. Now whether error occur or not occur, your connection close command will be definitely executed by the finally block. And that is the explanation of the closing DB connections. And same is applicable for this input output resources and logging. Yes, whether error occur or not, if you want to log something, then put that thing in the finally block. So that is also an example. Okay. Yes, so that's the answer to this question. Can we have multiple catch blocks with try block, and when should we use those multiple catch blocks? And the answer is yes. Sometimes with one try block we can have multiple catch blocks, and let me show you here when we need multiple. So for example, in our main method, inside we have the try block, and inside we have the array, and inside we are trying to access the fourth element of array. So this will throw the exception, right? Because there is no element at the fourth number, right? Now there are many types of exception. For example, in this case we will receive array index out of bound exception. Okay, now listen carefully. If you want to handle a particular kind of exception in a specific way, then you can use the catch blocks like this. Catch, and inside the bracket the name of the exception you are expecting, and then you can handle that exception in a particular way. Okay, so this is one catch block. Okay, now in real application the try block can be very big. Okay, and there are possibility that there can be any exception. Okay, so suppose there is a possibility of null reference exception also, and you also want to handle that exception in a different way. For that you can put another catch block like this for null pointer exception, and you can print something 1 2 3, but you can write any code which as per your requirement. Okay, so meaning here by using the multiple catch blocks we are handling different errors in different ways. And same way you can add more catch blocks if you want to handle more errors in a specific way. So now if I run the application, we know the result here is it's a very small catch block, and we know this will be the error message. Okay, array index of out of bound will be the error. So that is the answer to this question, why we need catch blocks. Here is the code which I have already explained, and here is the answer. Multiple catch blocks are used to handle different types of exceptions in different way and avoiding catch all blocks. So what is catch all block? That I will quickly explain in upcoming question. It's very easy. What is catch all block? Is it a good practice in real applications to use catch-all block? See, sometimes we already know the answer and we implemented it in the code, but we don't know the right name for that thing. Okay, so here I will show you. See, here is the multiple catch blocks which I explained in previous questions. Okay, and here this last catch block where you see this journal exception, it is basically the catch all block. Okay, because here we can handle left out exceptions or any unknown exception which are not catched by the above catch blocks. Okay, those all exception will be handled by this. Now if you are using only one catch block, then that must be this catch all block, but using only one catch all block is not considered a very good practice. As a developer, if possible, we should generally use the above catch blocks, because then we can handle the exception in a more specific way. We have the more control over the exceptions. Okay, now the same thing I have written here about the catch all block, what it is, right? And yes, about why we need catch specific exception is a good practice, because it allows more precise. So that is also written here, and now you know what is catch all and whether it is a very good practice. If you don't have that requirement, then it's fine, but otherwise you should prefer catch specific exceptions. Here is a very short question. Can we execute all catch blocks at one time at once? Here is the code for the multiple catch blocks. Now if you remember, you can write multiple catch blocks for a single try block. Okay, but when you execute or run the program, then only one catch block will be executed. It's not like that first this catch block will execute, then this will execute. This will never happen. Okay, same like if else condition. Okay, got it? So that is the answer to this question, and here it is written the same thing. Alright, if you reached here and completed all the questions and answers, then great, and my best wishes are always with you. Like these students, I'm sure you will also get the success. First thing, just post your resume and start giving interviews. Be ready for rejections, okay? Because that is the part of the interview journey. And most importantly, don't forget to like and subscribe, alright? And yes, if you are interested in the complete interview course or this interview PDF book, then links are given in the description. Finally, all the best again, and never ever give up.